Everybody for coming along. Our Tuesday, the 19th of August Operations Committee meeting. We're going to try, we've got quite a lot to get through. We're going to try and have morning tea at 10:30 and lunch at 12:20 because we've got a road closure committee meeting. Health and safety, if anything goes wrong, we'll be out through the door or out by the St John's. I see it stopped raining, which is great. Apologies, we've got Dave Hislop. Are there any further apologies? Oh, what's this? Any conflict of interest declarations? We could do that. We'll have a move in a second. Ross. That's an eye.
Thank you.
We're being recorded and live streamed. Do we have any announced urgent business? No, we don't. So we'll go to clarifying that, confirming the minutes of the last meeting, which was way back on the 17th of June, prior to quiet July. So if we turn to page 5 for a quick page turn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14.
Just on 11, capital program and capital, the second down from there, it's got Councillor Daly Rick commented on the footpaths. On the second one, it's got, I've said the footpath opposite the old council yard, not offices. So where the yard is, it's not offices.
Actually, I think there might be a small one in the dot above it where it says clarified that the reticulation renewal pipeworks currently being undertaken at Harden will be carried out on next year towards Waikeri. Is that next year's budget? Is that what we're saying here? Next year's program or something?
I just thought that was, sorry, through the chair, I thought that was the renewal of pipeworks that's happening between and Waikeri.
Yeah, it's just whether we just carried out next year. Or I just thought it was missing a word there. Not a big one. So if we go back to
between Harden and Waikeri,
yeah,
might be better.
so if we go back through for any matters arising, go back to page 5, 6. I should ask on page 5, first bullet point on number 2, the culvert and pumping. How are we getting on with that one? I think that one's going to be, we're going to try and get that one underway.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think all of the hardware is now purchased and received, and the last update I had is in September. Well, I think that's the services date, so they're aiming for a little bit earlier than that, but that's the final end date.
Thank you. Page 7, 8, 9.
Just Mr. Chair, and the third bullet point, I think it talks about the appeal date for the licensing committee for the license of the new Peterson Colliery. I'm pretty sure that date has been set down, and if my memory serves me right, it's the 5th of September. Does that make sense to you? I'm pretty, there's a date being set anyway, and I'm sure that's the date. So I guess what people might be interested.
Good. Page 10, 11. Just an update. Page 11. Third bullet point from the bottom. I see we've had some clever people have taken our solar lights. Have I understood it right? They've been stolen once, or have they been stolen twice? There's a bit of confusion out there. And I guess, is there a way of replacing it? Is it way behind the Woolworths?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I think the last count we've 10 have been stolen. And what they're doing is someone's obviously got, so the light system itself sits on the aluminium plinth. That's obviously the post, if you like, and they're bolted on with security bolts. But someone's obviously got one of the head for their screwdriver, and they've been unwinding them and taking them away. So what the team are doing now is when they put them back in, they're now either filing the bolts off so you can't just get access to the full stop, or putting in liquid metal.
So are they back now, or is it?
I think we've just waited for them to return. So we've placed the order for them.
Right, excellent. And I just wonder on the next bullet point down, we've wondered around the electronic speed controls and who might look after them and be responsible for them. I wondered whether that was something we could talk to NZTA about, given that they receive all the speed camera money. Is that a bridge too far to see whether they take that under their wing or not?
Are these the
speed camera
townships?
Yes, yeah. A lot of them, or some of them, have been put up by the community, by Lions clubs or whatever, and but yeah, when they're not working or whatever, I think the one down there had a hole in it. Yeah, it's who looks after them and gets them going again. Wakako-Tahi's corridor.
Yes, Wakako-Tahi's corridor, as maybe, but so the understanding is that anything beyond the curb, System Council, it might be in the corridor, but so how it's worked in the past is generally when we see them not working, we get on to NZTA and say, you need to fix your lights. And depending on the maintenance manager over the years, they've generally gotten onto it, got them fixed. But sometimes, or every now and again, they refuse, so we just get them done. So we don't have a formal agreement as such, because I think if we try to approach it in a formal way, then they would probably walk away from it.
Right, so leave well alone.
Well, that's kind of what we've been doing. It's just
page 12, 13. I don't think there'll be much on 14. Now, I note that while we'll have our clarifications perhaps over the last month or so, this report is the annual report. So I guess we're taking a higher level view over the entire year. So we don't want to get too much down to the weeds perhaps to get through it.
Just on page 13, on the wheeled excavator program, it's real good they're doing the work they're doing around the culverts, but the problem is the water can't get to them. You know, there's the drainage, there's a lot of water lying up the sides of the roads. There's sort of when the wheelie digger's going along, there's a few cutouts sort of need doing, because in some places the water, after a bit of rain, is halfway across the road. But the culvert's been cleaned out all really good, but the water can't get to it. You know, it's 50 metres down the road, or else there needs a little cutout to let the water off the side of the road. That's just the thing I thought of raise. And the other point was there seems to be getting quite a bit of issues now with potholes at the end of anywhere where tar seal and the gravel meets. And I was talking to the grader driver, and he was attempting to fix one piece just along the road from me, and it lasted about 2 days, and it was already had service requests before that. And I see now there's road cones out again now, and he's saying that he can't fix it because, you know, it's a drop at the end of the tar seal. It's like it needs cutting back and redoing. And he said, you know, it lasts a day, and he's there trying to grade it, and he can't because he's got tar seal at one end, and he said it's an issue around the district. He's just noticed, and I've noticed it on quite a few of where even where there's a bridge and there's a bit of tar seal on each side, you know, that it seems to be a bit of a problem with where the joints are. You know, you get them big corrugation, big holes, and you know the grader just can't fill them in because they just blow straight out again.
So that
I thought I'd just raise that. But-
Yeah, so I guess the first one is for the wheelie diggers, when they're going around, obviously, majority of the time it's dry, so they're trying to use their micrometer to get the levels right, but it's interesting that if there is ponding still or pooling still happening, if you can let us know which roads, we can then go back and have a look, because it'd be a good learning exercise for us. The second one, those transition points, yeah, I guess I'd be quite disappointed if the grader drivers weren't logging those as jobs for our team to be considering to get them into the work programme, because absolutely, if it's a problem, then we should be addressing it. So I'll look back through that process to see if they are raising them as jobs, and if they're not, it's all well and good knowing there's a problem, but they're not telling the chain of command, I suppose, then it's never going to filter back to our team to pull the trigger on the job.
Because I know that one on Campbell Road by the golf course, it's real bad.
Yeah.
People are driving around it now, but I see there's road cones being put out. I don't know either by staff or by locals. I'm not sure, but you know, and actually you can sometimes you don't see it either, and people hit them. You know, it's quite dangerous.
Certainly look at those.
So I just want to raise that.
Thank you. So Mike could move the minutes as being accurate and correct. Seconder? In favour?
I'll have to abstain because I wasn't.
Now we're up to the annual report, and we're double privileged because not only have we got the acting CEO going to take us through, but we've got some of the unsung heroes from the engine room to present the different sections. So I'm really looking forward to that. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this has become customary now. It's probably the third or fourth year that we've given you a general overview of the year, and it's probably good timing because it'll be quite a light report through winter anyway. So it's a good opportunity to just reflect back over all the work that we have done. And normally I would write some kind of summary, but it's hard for me to write a summary about a summary, so I haven't. So we're just going to go straight into the report, and as Rob points out, that we've got some of the people here today that are actually closer to the action than ordinary. So Cynthia coming up.
first up, is there customer services?
Yes, morning everyone. So we're not seeing me, you're seeing Mark. So Mark isn't here today, so you were going to have Mark and Cynthia popping in. Cynthia will still give you your overview on the customer services side of things, and I will bring you the library side of things, but as Mark. So I'll hand over to Cynthia.
Okay, so just starting on page 17, just wanted to highlight, when we talk about the customer service requests in this section, this is actually the customer services team's requests. So this is just something that's dealt with the team, mainly the team here in Amberley. So we have seen an increase in service requests over the past financial year. Majority of them will be advertising, which is placed for all the various departments by the customer services team. But I thought it would be good to just highlight that the general requests and referrals to other agencies, that comes about when customers give us a call to say they want to report something on NZTA. That's on a state highway. We actually report that to NZTA on their behalf, because they've already gone to the effort of letting us know all the details. So we just pass it on. So the main other agencies we deal with would be NZTA is probably a front runner, but then also ECAM and FENS, so Fire and Emergency New Zealand as well. So we do send the request to where it should be on behalf of the customer. Then with regards to the after hours service requests that we deal with, these are actually the ones that get taken by call care overnight or over the weekend that they could not deal with themselves, but that the customer services team could actually deal with. So we don't then forward it on to another team. It's something that we have the knowledge to deal with. So we would actually try and deal with it then and there. Majority of those would actually be around building consents and building inspections. So we wouldn't expect call care to have that sort of information on hand. Then with regard to reopen service requests, this is a new inclusion and we're using it to really have a look at the level of customer satisfaction that we're seeing with our services. And it's still very high. Reopen service requests, only 38 across the year. So ranging between 98.6 to 100 each month, which just shows really good customer satisfaction with what we are putting out there. Okay. And then just having a look at compliments, which is something really good to see that it's increasing even more than it was last year, so 20% up. We do have a section there for the most praised areas. So as quick as customers are to put in a complaint, they're also very quick to put in a compliment, probably even quicker, because our compliments far outrank our complaints. I did just want to highlight that because this is the customer services and library section, that a lot of the front-facing staff, whether it be the customer support team, library staff, watermen out in the field, we get a lot of compliments from customers about the service, the friendliness, the helpfulness, the speed at which they are responded to. So that just shows we've got the right people in the right places. But then also just to highlight the fact that a lot of our customers actually go to a lot of effort to thank us. So they will make cards, they will bake, they will send vouchers, all sorts of things just to show their appreciation, which is very much appreciated. Then we come on to those complaints. The good thing about the complaints in the last financial year, they're actually down on the previous year. So that's always good to see. Majority of the complaints would come in after a weather event. So that would be around roading and amenities, and tends to be really heavy around those times of the weather events. But the take home is that most of the complaints are actually resolved really quickly. Okay, I'm going to skip over borrowing and I'll
We're just
carry
going
on.
to carry on through, so just we'll come back to that.
Yeah. Just regarding the contact methods overview, which we have added, looking at pretty much the interactions, the main three: emails, phone calls, snaps and solves. So phone calls and weekday emails are actually down from the previous year. Not actually surprised by this, because we actually training our teams to train our customers to help themselves, trying to get them to use the website more, have faith in what's on Facebook, so that we can free up staff to actually deal with those who can't go on with the website or can't go on Facebook. So one of the things we want to be adding is actually looking at the duration of those calls. Because my expectation would be that we're actually spending more time on calls now, because it's the people who really need that extra support to get what they need.
So they could just, if we move on to the next page, just looking at the borrowing stats there. It's quite interesting.
Ivy will come back to
I will
Yeah.
come back to that one,
Yeah.
but yes.
I'll wait to hear from Mark.
Yeah. I thought it would just be easy to continue.
Yeah, carry on, sorry.
Yeah. But also did want to just highlight that we have the weekend emails and snaps and solves that have increased. So it just points to the fact that customers out there are expecting more of a 24/7 sort of service, not just 8:30 to 5 weekday. So, yeah. And then the last thing I wanted to point out before handing over to Naomi was, before handing over, well, I won't hand over to her just yet, was phone calls are still our customers' preferred method of contacting us. And so it's at 57%, so it is the most used. One of the comments we get most frequently that we actually never actually pass on really is how impressed customers are that it's a person answering the phone and not an automated voice message. So we get that a lot from customers who are so surprised with, oh, it's a human that's actually picking up. So that's definitely something we want to continue. as long as possible. And also, yeah, emails and phone calls make up 97% of our interactions with customers. So something we will still always be putting a lot of attention and focus on.
We're just going to go to the top of page 19 to finish off Cynthia's sort of wrap up with that before we hit the library side of things.
Okay. So just focusing on the Amberley customer services highlights for the year. Nothing that we weren't expecting. We know that there's higher foot traffic when it comes to rates instalments. You might even get to see some of that today. So we are actually looking at a way of trying to capture this. So we're going to be looking to see with our new Datascape if we can actually start reporting on the amount of transactions that are occurring over the counter and probably at the service centres as well. So we can have a better idea of how many people are actually coming in. And then probably one of the biggest highlights of the year was the installation of CCTV. It was quite exciting. So we now have CCTV right here in the offices, but also in our sole charge places, which is, I think, has provided a sense of security for the teams that are sole charge in particular. But we will still continue to have a look at safety workshops to enhance the staff security, especially those outliers. We do have that the library teams, the team here, but especially the sole charge as well. They're dealing with customers who have high expectations and sometimes with some mental health issues. So we want to make sure that they are supported and trained to be able to deal with those situations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Cross line to Mark.
over to Mark now. So, and to the borrowing statistics. So it's a really interesting time that people are often saying books are going out of fashion. And I know Naomi comes here every month and talks about our statistics and the fact that they've gone up, and that in Huranui we buck not only national trends but international trends, because our physical borrowing is not going down, and you can see that on here. Physical borrowing was up 37%. What's happening nationally and internationally is it's going down, but then electronic goes up. But electronic's gone up here too. So we have both going up. So what we're finding is that the physical is still really important, and it's particularly in the senior years are really liking their physical books more. Kids still love to get a book, and families still come in and they'll take away a whole bunch of books. But the electronic books is finding a whole new market, and that's a whole new lot of people who didn't use library books before, or the resources. And I have a classic one of that, which was just last week with Mr. Kerry Walsh, and you can talk to him later, who was just chatting around there going, oh, I can't get on to Ancestry. I need to do something on Ancestry. Does anybody have a subscription I get? I'm like, go down to the library. The library has it down there. It's free. Do they? And off he trotted. And now Kerry is going to the library. So we have things like that happen, that people just don't realise that there's these other services that are available. And particularly things like, there was someone from ECAN talking the other day about the books, the audio books, and how she spent $30 a month quite often on buying these books. I'm like, why don't you get them from the library? Do they have them? And so now she's also gone and signed up and is getting all her audio books. And so it's a matter of just reaching these people. And when we try and put these in the paper, we try and do things to reach people, but it's harder than you think. But slowly that message is getting out there, and you can see that with a 24% increase. So it's definitely that message coming through. Mr. Chair, you had a question on borrowing before I go any further.
That was around and I wondered when everybody's on their phones these days, whether it was the young ones or the old ones or the.
We call it a library in your pocket, the phone. It's literally a library in your pocket. You've got access to all your online stuff. You can actually go in there. You can go in there and reserve and look up any physical hard books you want to get out. You can read the newspapers, all those from around the world. You can watch a movie, Canopy, all of those services that come through. The kids stuff can go on there, and you know that when we're going to put the kids stuff from the library subscription, it's going to be literacy based, it's going to be educational, it's not just going to be someone shooting or murdering or dying or whatever else. These are going to be things that are actually, the kids are going to be learning as they go. Here's your colours, here's your shapes. So it's good resources. Yeah, the Canopy is an interesting one because so many people have online subscriptions to Netflix and Neon and all of those, but we hear a lot that in the cost of living crisis, a lot of people have let their subscriptions go and that they're really enjoying having Canopy as an option. But they tend to be, it's like a thinking channel. So there's Canopy Kids, which they can have unlimited of. Canopy General is restricted to 10 per month at the moment because it costs us for each one that they go through. But the BBC content is the most popular. People actually like going there. And a lot of old stuff, it's the real old stuff that people like going back to. And it's good old stuff. The newspapers, the Herald, the Otago Daily Times, those ones get read a lot. The press is an interesting one. We can't get that on Press Reader outside the library. That's a thing that the press has done locally because they want people to go and buy the press. So it's available in the library, but not as an external. But everywhere else, we can get internationally in the rest of the country. So it's one of those kinds of things. Moving over to page 19, the biggest success or the biggest highlight for me for the library, and I know Mark talks a lot about libraries as that lounge for the community, and that's what has continued to be happening. It's the community programs. I mean, the youth who are in our youth are now meeting down or having a group hangout after school down there. It's that space, it's a safe space. Parents are happy for their kids to be going to the library after school, and they've got that sort of thing happening. And there's all those holiday programs we know for the kids with the craft and the other parts, and we join in with the waste educator and try and work with those. But it's not just the kids, and I think there's so many more collaborations, the likes of Vanessa with her senior focus, and working with the library team to have these the Scrabble Day and the Grandparents' Day and the holidays and these sorts of parts. And so there's just so much more happening. And that goes into even like the educational side. So the Elder Abuse Week, where they came through, did a display, but also were available there for anyone who wanted to come in and just have a discussion or had concerns. What do I do? What if it's me? What if it's someone I know? There was just, how do I deal with that? And again, it's a space you can just pop into and actually find out more. The annual World Knit in Public Day. I don't get it, but it's like, it's just getting so popular. It's just people talk about it and it's just getting more and more people coming in for it. On the digital side, so we're just having more in that space, but it's also evolving. And a bit like Cynthia was saying, you know, your customers' needs change and you respond to that changing needs. So we used to do the stepping up classes, which weren't physical education. So the stepping up was the stepping up into the digital inclusion. And we used to run a lot of those group classes. And then the numbers were getting lower. But what we were finding was that the people that were coming had more one-on-one needs. Same as Cynthia was saying again, on our phone calls, we're getting more people needing more longer calls, more help. It's the same with those that are now wanting the digital side of things. And so we're doing a lot more one-on-one. And so Karen in particular, Susie as well, and going around the district. So they'll actually set up these device advice sessions where they go, they're advertised, people can make a booking, so they're still a booked one. And they'll come along and they'll go, I just don't know how to get these photos. I've got all these photos on my phone, but how do I make an album? How do I get these out? How do I send them to my granddaughter sent to me and I want to make a pic? What do I do? So there's all that sort of stuff that they're able to spend that one-on-one time with, and it's really making a huge impact, which is just wonderful. Some of the displays that have been around. So of course we've got the Canterbury Museum, with that still closed. We still get some of their bits and pieces, which is great. And the quilts and the felters and the arts and all those sorts of things are still happening in there as well. The Writers' Tea Party, the annual Writers' Tea Party, it's always another successful one. Murray popping out to the Reda Valley 40th anniversary there in the picture. We've also got those outreach things with MSD, so that was a really, really great initiative. It hasn't had as much uptake as we'd like for that, but it's sometimes those things, they just need time. They just need to simmer away and then people get used to it, because you might not need it now, but knowing it's available, and then it might come along. Citizens Advice is back in place. So going along with that. One of the couple of stats I've got here for you that aren't actually in this report is printing. So we do a lot of printing in the libraries, particularly Amberley and Hamner. 27,500 copies of printing in the last 12 months. So that's a main source of income. But it's yeah, it's also a thing that takes time as well. So yeah.
I think it's a rainforest gone.
And as well as the printing, we do scanning. So a lot of people will come in with, you know, these things scanned into other parts too. So there's a lot of that. And then the Wi-Fi and the APNK. So we had over 50,000 connections. So that's people either sitting outside, getting into our device, or going inside the library and using it. So quite a lot. That's sort of a summary. There's just a couple of things I did want to highlight. Dementia Canterbury is another new one that's about to start in the Amberley Library, so you'll hear more about that as we go into our monthly reports coming up. But from the end of September, they're actually coming through. They're booked the fourth Friday of every month to come through, and they're wanting to have support because there's a lot of people in the community who are supporting someone with dementia at home or a caregiver, to come down and actually have that shared time and get some support on things. I think that's just amazing. It's a great one, and they came to us. And in Cheviot, Mums and Bubs. So we have some mums and bubs now using the space once a week in the morning. And this was came about with a mother who brings her kids up from the Conway, and they go to preschool, but she had nowhere to go once she dropped into preschool for, you know, a period of time. And then she's got to sit and wait because she doesn't want to drive all the way back again, to drive all the way back in after a few hours. And talking with her, she was like, oh, it must just be so great to be able to come through and bring the kids here. And it was like, do it. And so now there's these mums and bubs. So it's that, again, that lounge for the community, that trying to have these community hubs. So that's the focus. I think we've had a fantastic year and more to come.
Thank you very much. Not hard to pick up on Mark's enthusiasm for his field. Thank you very much, Cynthia, for your report as well.
Very welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow on from what they've just mentioned about the interactions that we do have and the importance of providing that human engagement. Naomi ran some stats just a couple of weeks ago about the number of cash transactions that we have, or the number of people that come. So cash alone is there's over 5,000 instances throughout the year where someone comes and gives us real money. And including the FPOS as well, those transactions, it's nearly $2 million worth of revenue that comes through that's received by human form.
Talking of money, then I've had several people ask me when I've seen the scaffold going up at the Westpac Bank, oh, are we extending the library? Unfortunately, I think they're just doing the roof of the bank, but
I know.
the thoughts
Yeah.
there.
I think that would be for another conversation, but an amazing, when we're looking at our extension, instead of, that would be the way to go. We'll leave that with you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
So now we come to Three Waters. We've got a stampede.
Yeah.
Very keen team.
You can be whoever you want me.
Yeah.
That could be a dangerous one.
Kirsty and Simon are going to tag team.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to cover off on the water components of the report. Brett is going to do the stormwater and wastewater, and Simon's here just to cover if there's any kind of questions that are more related to situation stuff, and he can cover off on some of those. So yeah, I mean, overall reading the report and reflecting on, you know, the last year, I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot to like about how Three Waters have performed in the last year. There's been some really exciting developments and a lot of really good progress in a lot of areas. So, you know, I think that's something that, you know, our team can be really proud of, and I feel really proud that, you know, some of that progress that's been made. Just looking at some of these stats, in terms of water repairs or repairs on pipework, 956 completed in the year, so that's down 4% from the previous year. Water connections up 6%, so it looks like that's predominantly in the South Ward, so, you know, pretty much driven from development in Amberley there with those new connections. Maintenance and inspections. We've done pretty well in this area. Water treatment plant inspections Yeah, 1,200 scheduled, 1,200 completed, really good adherence to scheduled completion of work there. 77% of the pump station maintenance checks were completed. So we did have some shortfalls earlier in the year, just with reactive maintenance, and we did have some staff shortages for a period of time when we had some staff leave. But I think we've made, in terms of maintenance, we've done a lot of work in terms of maintaining critical spares, identifying critical spares and maintaining those. So this has really helped with improving our resiliency in terms of maintenance. So our response times reflect that. And yeah, we were a bit of risk in this area because some of the lead-in times to get spares in from overseas can be quite long. So that's an area that we've put a lot of work into this year, and I think that's paid good dividends for us. Looking at response times, yeah, we've maintained really good response times even when we had those challenges with staff. So urgent requests, we've maintained a minimum response time of less than 2 hours for urgent requests, and median response time for non-urgent remains under 2 business days. So that's where we want it to be. Looking at water loss, I think this is a really key area that nationally is having quite a lot of attention paid to it, and I think it's an area that we should be proud of in terms of our networks here. So we're seeing the dividends here of a lot of the pipe renewal and replacement work that we've done. So we've had a continued reduction, so it's the 6th consecutive year in a row that we've had a reduction in water loss, complete water loss. So this year there were 118 incidents of water outage to a customer. So back in 2019 that number was sitting at over 300. So that's a really good improvement. So most of those complete loss of water situations are to do with block merricks, water leaks, or plant faults. So the plant fault situation is, a safety shutdown where, we've made the plant stop because we don't want to be delivering unsafe water. So, yep. Looking nationally, in terms of water loss, nationally that gets reported as an infrastructure leakage index. So we're doing really well in that area. So our ILI dropped from 22% the previous year to 20% across all networks. So that's really good. Also, that's the percentage loss. So that's really good improvement. We do have a little bit higher in the rural schemes than in the urban schemes. So it's about 13% for urban schemes and about 22% for rural schemes.
Sorry, Kirsty. Yeah, it was just something I wanted to dig into there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the national average is or whatever, but it's kind of still 1 litre in 5 of our nicely purified, treated water going somewhere.
Yeah, no,
Is it burst pipes on the side of the hill? What's our biggest contributor there?
Yeah, I mean, it still doesn't sound great, doesn't it, when you look at 20%? I mean, looking nationally, it is actually good. So they nationally they use this infrastructure leakage index. So they're saying less than 2 is really a good amount of water loss. So this is it's a different index. It's not the percentage. So we're sitting at 1.3. The national average is 2.7. So on that index rating, we're sitting quite, good with that. Kaiwara is a scheme that's a little bit higher. It's about 3.3. So I think, it is. It's just, some of our older pipes that are still, leaking that, we'll see gradual improvement with as we do more renewal work.
I'll just also add, Mr. Chair, that whilst we would call it into a loss, I guess the term for it, some of our suspicions are that it's not actually being lost. So one of the things that we have to do is when we go around doing our reject program, we implement the merricks. So there are more often than, to ensure that someone gets the full quota of water, in some instances, we've got to put a bigger marathon so that they do get the water. That water is then, all we do is record it at 2 units, for example, but we might actually be giving them 2.5 because we've got to allow for, to ensure that we can get that 2. So sometimes there is more water going through the system. So it's not technically lost. It might be lost in terms of revenue,
You're just not counting.
but you can't put it on a restricted scheme. It's not metered, so you can't regulate it like you can. So that's one of the. I mean, we're talking with Alex. That's part of the modelling that's being done. They'll look at that as well. So I don't think it's just water that we're extracting from somewhere and then we're losing it to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's referred to as unaccounted for water. So your water loss, unaccounted for water, just water that you can't actually, account for. It looks like a loss from the system, but yeah, it could be all people stealing water. That will all go into the figure as well. With some of these.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. I mean, we're not Wellington. It's probably more our rural areas than our urban areas.
Yeah.
Just our big geographical area.
Yeah. Urban is sitting really, that's 13.8% loss in urban. Higher. But yeah, definitely that loss does show the schemes like Kaiwara, does have more older pipe work and more challenging terrain and pressures and things like that in that scheme. So, there is a little bit there to do with the age of some of the pipe that we'll still see improvement with. But I think the key thing there is that, we've seen quite an improvement this year, and that's carrying on the trend of us seeing an improvement, which is, definitely heading in the right direction. So.
Great, thank you.
Treatment plant performance. So this is an exciting area. I mean, this year, we upgraded 6, treatment plants. So, we've seen a significant improvement in terms of our compliance rate. If we look at that across the district. We did have some challenges with Kauai and Blythe. So we did have some technical kind of non-compliances there that were related to the UV. Blythe, we had the worst water quality that we've ever had, since 5 years of us having good data there this year. That storm event in like May caused really degraded water quality at Blythe, and unfortunately it degraded to the point that our UV system, can't actually treat water. So that was when we had to put that boil water notice out there for 3 weeks. And it was unusual because it lasted for there was a long lag time there before the water actually improved. I think a good feature this year was continuing on that program with the plant upgrades that we got more mature with how that work was done, and with the 6 new plants that were done this year, it was quite seamless. We started to have far fewer teething issues with the new plants than what we had early on in the program. So that was really nice to see that we were starting to learn some lessons from some of the other earlier project work that had been done. So it was a nice feature there. Water safety plans, it's heaviest workload this year, just really to do with the amount of plant upgrade work that we've done. So we've still, we've got current plans submitted in our source water risk management plans, but there are still some plans that need to be updated. So still just kind of working through that, just with that workload, with the amount of plant upgrades done. Data and comms, this is another area that the team should be really proud of. I think sometimes we take for granted, how much easier some of our work has gotten with our comms improvements. So there's been network-wide improvements in terms of remote monitoring. So all of our treatment plants now, we can get into the site remotely. We can make adjustments, we can do checks and things remotely, and that's really assisted us in terms of site visits where someone was just turning up to site to press a button. A lot of that now we can just do remotely. So just a massive improvement in that area. We had a bit of a look at our network alarms, so we did a bit of refinement in that area. There were quite a few where multiple alarms would go out essentially for the same fault. So we've had a bit of refinement there. We did add some additional alarms just to give us a bit more protection around water safety. That was really response to some lessons that we learned with a couple of incidents that we'd had where we thought we could do a little bit more in this area, just to give a wee bit more assurance. So we've implemented that. Electrical work, again, I see we're reaping the benefits of having our in-house electrician, really starting to get on top of a lot of the routine electrical maintenance work and implementing this routine maintenance electrical checks at the pump sheds and at the treatment plants. So it's great that we've started making progress with that. Now we'll just to stay with water, we'll flip to page 24. So we'll come back to the stormwater and wastewater. So we look at critical and urgent alarms, a massive drop there, 75% down. I think some of that is attributed to that alarm review that we did where, we did get rid of a lot of nuisance alarms that were going out and consolidated some into categories. Cost saving initiatives, I think, we switched laboratories from Eurofins to Hills during the year. That was a big saving, $140,000 there. Eurofins had signalled quite a significant price increase. So it was a bit of work to change labs, but that's obviously saved us a lot of money. So it was an important change. And we haven't had any issues in terms of that lab switch, so good. Again, that remote, saving money for those remote restarts and sampling. So that's having that access to those remote control systems that we can do in the office. So, previously, even with sampling, sometimes we'd have the sampler out at a site, the reservoir would be full, so the bore wouldn't be going. Someone would have to go there just to press a button to start the bore. We can do that in the office now. So it's just things like that have it's been a major improvement. We did some training, identified with all the UV systems that we put in. The suppliers had tried to kind of lock us down to them doing all the maintenance or a lot of the maintenance on these UV systems with their own technicians. And it was something that, Alex and I were quite concerned about because, we really favour a system where our operators can fix our equipment. And we invested a bit in doing training with our operators, and they now, essentially can do, it would be a very significant issue at a UV plant that they couldn't fix themselves now. So that's been a cost saving there doing that in-house. Legislation and regulation changes. I think, we're still living in this environment of regulatory change. Taumata Arawai, changed the drinking water rules during the year, so there was a bit of adaptation with that for the small supply rules. We'll see more of that this coming year because they have signalled that they're going to be changing the large supply rules as well. So I think, it's just the environment that we are working in at the moment. So it just has an impact on things like reporting mainly at this stage, but we'll wait and see what they change with those large supply rules later on. Resourcing and training, I think I already mentioned that, we had several vacancies during the year. These have all been filled now, but there were some challenges during that time where we had to fill in a wee bit with existing staff. Challenges and incident response. I think the key one for me, because Alex was away, was that weather event in May. I was just so proud of the team. It's probably the first, because Alex was away, it's probably the first time that I'd, had that level of interaction with the team during that kind of event. And I just love that, everyone pulls together, they just shine in that type of, when something like that's going on. We didn't actually see, major impacts, for our communities, I don't think. I think it was, managed really well. We had to do a lot of, manual things that we don't normally do, with sucker trucks and, pumps to pump water out over, down at Leafield Beach and things like that. We unfortunately had to put that boil water notice out on Blythe. But, I think, you know, it was a good response, and you know, I certainly learned a lot from it, and yeah, so that was, but it was challenging, but I think, you know, we're always going to have events like that, and you know, it's great to keep on getting, you know, practice with how we respond to them. So overall summary, yeah, again, I just want to mention those 6 plants that we upgraded this year. You know, it's just, I can't emphasize it enough. I mean, I just think that's just amazing, the change that we've made for the communities with getting those plants upgraded and safe water to those communities. That those plant upgrades enabled us to lift 2 permanent boil water notices. So that was for Huranui number 1 and Kaikoura. And I think sometimes we underestimate like the impact that has. I think a lot of us think, oh, it was a boil water notice. People tell us all the time they don't boil the water anyway. But you know, some people do. And like I had a conversation with a lady in on Huranui number 1. And she, you know, she just rang specifically to say like how much of a change that's made for her not being on the boil water notice. And said, you know, she's just been wrapped that she has visitors in the house now and she doesn't have to worry about them, you know, getting sick from visiting her house and drinking the water. So, you know, I think we just sometimes underestimate like, yeah, what a difference that makes. So, yeah, obviously we won those 2 awards with the protozoa compliance work that was done, all that project work. So, you know, that was really nice to get that, you know, recognition of the work that's been done. I think the team was really proud, you know, to see that recognised, and, you know, we were up against, you know, some other really strong projects. So, you know, it was really nice achievement. What else was I going to say here? We all challenges. We still have some challenges in terms of Kauai and Blythe. Kauai, we do have those high iron levels, so I think the money that we've got set aside for the softening plant coming up, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see with that iron challenge there at that plant as well, what that comes out at when it goes out to tender. So yeah, there's definitely some more challenging water quality there that might have an impact on that plant design.
Kirsty, could I just ask on that, the problem I've got down there with iron, is that something that's, there is a solution out there, like it's been come across somewhere before, they've got the gear, or is it, do we have to invent?
Well, there's definitely other suppliers that have iron removal type of treatment in place at the plant. So you know, it's normally just a reduction rather than a, you know, complete get rid of it altogether. I mean, some of that's with like aeration and then filtration. I think the challenge we've got there is that we want to soften the water, and the iron adds a complication to removing the calcium and magnesium from the water. So I'm not sure if there's a treatment plant in New Zealand that's trying to do softening with an iron problem at the same time. So I think that's the complexity of it. A lot of plants that have like high iron or high hardness water will do things like dilution with another source and things, but you know, we don't really have the luxury of that down there. I mean, the projects team have done quite a lot of work, you know, looking for other bores, and unfortunately other bores have also been high, very hard water. So yeah, I think, you know, speaking to the consultant and stuff so far, I mean, I think there is a solution out there. It's just whether we're going to get that solution for the money that we've got set aside. I think it's going to be the
moving on to waste and stormwater. We've really been focused this last year on routine maintenance and getting programs into place. We've done extensive work around flushing of the internal of the network sewers, CCTV inspections now that we've been doing, especially up Arden and Carryway. And also just doing general improvements with the network where we've had issues in the past. Overflows this last year, we've had an average of 1.97 overflows per 1,000 customers. wastewater performance target is 2, so we're well below that, and all of ours have not been classified as major. Most of the works that we've done been around safety around the wet wells, pump stations, and around health and safety. There are no convictions, enforcement actions, or abatement notices on any of our treatment plants. Other works that we've done is we've put a dosing plant up in Hanmer for fat degrading biocatalyst to break down the fats, because we've got a lot of fat up there going down the mains to the treatment plant, and it's been in now for about 4 months.
Is that just the amount of restaurants and things up there? I mean, they don't have an abattoir or anything, so where's it all?
It seems to be all coming from the centre part of town, all the restaurants and the wastewater side. On the stormwater side, also focused a lot on maintenance and routine stuff. We've got a new dedicated stormwater officer, which has made a big difference getting out there, doing stuff before it actually becomes an issue, keeping an eye on things when he's doing his routine inspections. And also being able to react straight away when something is phoned in as an issue, get out there straight away. We don't have to get someone else to get out there. Also, we've had timely openings of the lagoon mouths and that when there's been rain events. See whether things on the way. Also focus more on emergency preparedness. We've just got a big 6-inch pump now which you can move around.
Is that a trailerised thing you've got?
Trailerised, yes, yeah.
So will that help? That I'm thinking of Leafield Beach. Is that sort of in mind for that sort of a situation?
Yes, we're looking at having it there when the events happen, and also because we can get more volumes of water, we're going to do maintenance and flushing of the pipes. We've got that extra volume of water instead of using just little 3-inch pumps. So we haven't done it yet because it hasn't blocked up yet. So we will be using it for that. Also with the new stormwater officer, to get around to jobs that have never been able to get onto, especially around Arden and Waikari area. Spent a lot of time up there cleaning out drains and stuff there where we've got contractors in just to clean them. Off-site now, he managed to go back and actually clear up the sites, cart away the material, make the pavements walkable again. So that's what we've really been concentrating on this year.
Very much. Come on, Simon, must have some.
I've always got some.
A minute, fill in.
I just want to add that the team have been really good in uptake of various forms of training that will help us save costs in the long term as well. So over the last 10 months since I've been here, we've got majority of the team through the STMS Cat A and Cat C training, I think it is, for working in road corridors for temporary traffic management. So it just gives us that flexibility and cost saving of not having to call out contractors, which are usually from Christchurch and quite expensive at short notice. It gives us that ability to respond quicker to our communities when we've got something like a urgent break in the road corridor. So it helps with the urgent response times, and with the, I guess, the induction of Datascape to the program or to our operations, it means that we have a better eye on what our ins and outgoings are as far as our fittings, all of our consumables for our on our daily work, and that means we've got better accountability for doing stock audits, all that kind of stuff, and we can then sort of look into where we need to have more products in different depots for the likelihoods of future merger responses. So hopefully over time, we'll sort of do less and less of the response and ad hoc work and more of the preventative maintenance. Like Kirsty said, you know, we did 77% of preventative maintenance and shed inspections in the last 12 months, but aiming to sort of get that up to the 100%, especially for the monthly, quarterly and annual audits. So, and the addition of the electrician, Roy, has been fantastic for the team, and as far as being able to save money and get contractors to site, or be able to do work on site quickly. So,
Thank you very much. I've got a question from Ross.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. It's a question for you, Kirsty, just regarding backflow prevention. And I haven't seen for a while, through the stats that we see, much in the way of issues with tanks overflowing. And I'm assuming it's because the initial hit was to get all the men on the tanks. So you drill holes, and then the ball cock would be bending down over whatever to stop it from overflowing. But so we've sort of got on top of all that backflow prevention stuff, and it'll only be the new tanks going in that need to be.
Yeah, I mean, we've done really well with that program. So, yeah, all the medium and high risk, you know, properties have been done. I mean, there's probably a few out there that, you know, weren't identified as medium or high risk at the time. But I mean, you're always going to have that. I mean, so yeah, that's and I think some of those are original issues that we had, you know, with ball cotton and not quite being set right and stuff, and tanks overflowing, you know. Yeah, like you say, we just don't get those anymore. So yeah, that's all dealt with. I think in terms of backflow prevention as a whole, as the whole program, you know, we've probably still got a little bit more work to do with the on-demand schemes, in terms of there may still be, I think we're pretty well covered with the high risk premises, but there may be still some more in the medium type of category that, you know, we can probably start potentially, you know, doing a little bit more in that space. But
so through the chair, so the time frame for that, are we regulated that it has to be done by a certain time?
It's already in the drinking water quality assurance rules that you have to have a backflow prevention program, and that has to be implemented. So we have claimed, so it's self-reported compliance. That's an assurance rule. It's not something that we have to provide results for. So we self-reported that we met that requirement last year. So the next step is that, and you know, we don't know when it could happen, but that the auditor comes out and actually, you know, checks a little bit more thoroughly into the program. And that process may be that, you know, they aren't quite happy with exactly where we are with it, or they're completely happy. Yeah, so we just have to, at the moment, you know, I'm happy where we sit with our backflow prevention. I was happy to put my name on it and say, yes, we meet the requirement. So I felt satisfied with who we were.
It's true, Chair. I'm pleased to hear that they're passing some of the onus back on us, rather than, you know, having somebody to come and monitor, and because it's a saving, and it's actually trusting our systems and staff. So I think that's good. Thank you for that.
Any questions for the?
Marvellous report. Fantastic knowledge.
Well, thank you very much, guys. The whole water thing's been just political for all, but it's had a fair old getting around over the last year or two or more. And to see how we've developed, or you guys have developed a real best team of dealt with it all. It's no mean feat getting 2 national awards, you know, in consecutive years. While other parts of the country are, you know, it's a thing for them to try and sort their act out. We're extremely lucky to have a team looking after one of, if not the biggest chunk of council work. And I'm very heartened that in whatever change is coming up, we're a really good place. So thank you very much for, you know, to you, the run-on players, and you pass that back to the rest of your team. It's been a privilege to see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll stop for savoury before it gets too cold. We'll adjourn in 2 minutes. Choke on the cheese roll. Sorry. Okay, we're good to go. So we're back onto our reports and we've got Charlie to talk about voting, and he hasn't got any other ones from his team because they're out there doing it. In your hands, Charlie.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I tried for love nor money to get a team member to replace me. Mitch decided he'd have a baby overnight, so he's not here to present his section of it. So unfortunately, you have to imagine me as someone else. So just to kick it off, I know there was a couple of conversations around speed signs just before I came in. So I just wanted to clarify the your speed indicating devices that are dotted around the network. We've just had a meeting with NZTA and included them in the memorandum of understanding around who maintains what and where. So we came up with a nice, healthy, we maintain the ones in Amberley, NZTA maintain the ones in Colvin, and we share one each in Waikato. So, and there's a new one going into Cheviot that we will also maintain. So the process for responding to requests around them is we will get notified generally by the public saying the speed sign isn't working, like the ones in Colvin at the moment. We will deploy Downer to go and rectify them. We'll issue them a purchase order, and if it's one of ours, it will come out of our subsidised account, which we have budgeted for. If it's an NZTA one, then we will pay for it and then invoice NZTA. So a nice smooth transition there, which we finally managed to get agreement on last week.
So the wire one, so through the chair, the wire one will be.
Sorry, and the wire one is maintained by us as well. And it's slightly different because that one's online and that's got a software attached to it that the others don't.
It's got an old one, a new one. And wire.
Radio. So go through the finances for last financial year. So a little bit of an amendment after the rest of the wash up was done throughout the month of July. So we landed at a 97% utilisation rate of the budgets. So rather than being over, we came in 3% under, and that was due to some reseals that didn't get done towards the tail end of the season. But I guess my own experience in managing the roading budgets for the last financial year in the way that I wanted to manage them, we've demonstrated some really good control over the budgets and really good allocation of where the money sits, what's being spent, how it's being tracked, and then how we cover overspends while still delivering on things that we've said that we would do. So where we didn't do a rehab up on Inland Road that got deferred to this season, the money that was budgeted for that rehab then covered the extra seal pavement maintenance that we did. So nothing's been missed out and everything's been kept within the overall budget, which has been a really good exercise for us. In there as well, there's some slight overs in metalling, there's some slight unders in drainage. So everything is sort of balanced out. And then there was some structures money that was left over that would be carried over into this coming financial year, which was always the plan, so that we can replace a couple of bridges.
Sorry, Charlie, I've got a question from officer.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Charlie, just a wee question regarding the rehab, when you do a road rehab, and then it needs to be sealed, resealed again 2 years down the track, or?
Depends on what we do with the surface. So for like Rotherham Road, that's 7 years. So we want to go back to seal Rotherham Road South for 5 to 7 years, depending on pavement performance.
Okay, so got two questions. One of them is whether Galway Road, when it had its rehab 4 or 5 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, it had a major rehab on the below the Brothers Cliff there. Did it ever get a, sort of curious to know whether it had its follow-up seal? Yeah, but just want to make note of that. And in your figures for the amount of pavement you seal every year, when you do a reseal on a rehab, is that part of those figures? Because you have to do X amount a year to get the whole lot done over, you know, the lifetime. So whether when you're doing a rehab, that, because you're sort of doubling up on, it's already been done, say 2 or 5 years ago. But is that part of the overall figures of?
So if it's a rehab, it's not included in the sealed for the financial year.
Okay.
But then if we go back and reseal it a number of years down the track, then it will be included in the reseal program, like total volume.
Okay, so it's accounted for there. Okay, no, that makes sense. Thanks.
So they're reported individually.
Yep, no, appreciate that. Thank you.
Out of all of the financial claims, court claims for the financial year came in a touch under 10 million for the year. They varied up and down depending on the month, depending on what pressures were in the court office. And we had that additional funding that came through for 491k from NZTA, which we're about halfway through the expenditure in, tackling drainage issues on Leslie Hills, Inland Kaikoura, Inland Road, Rampaddock, and a couple of other isolated sites where we can make resilience improvements based around drainage. And we basically finished off the financial year having fortnightly catch-ups with court around what our finances look like, and I think it ran pretty smoothly actually for the whole financial year in terms of our total budget spend. You look at our total budget and how close we were to nailing every single line. Customer service requests down a little bit from last year. Received 913 and closed 875. Those numbers are a little bit skewed with the transition to Magic, from Magic to Datascape. So there was some service requests left open in Magic that weren't taken account for in this report, just due to the timelines and the challenge that Datascape has posed for us. But the most frequently reported items were potholes on the unsealed network, which I'm sure we're not all particularly surprised about. Potholes and corrugations, followed by sign faults and then sealed road potholes. We had the snow early July, start of the financial year, and then the major rain event in May. That drove a whole bunch of CSRs at the time, at both respective times. But we maintained a consistent response rate, even with the volume of CSRs increasing over the financial year. So the response rates were still within SLAs. Our performance measures for response and resolution to those service requests maintained pretty steady across all of the categories. Patrol, we're busy this year, despite having some staffing issues with either people being away, people being sick. There was quite a lot of sickness or a little bit of a revolving door in terms of staff on the LMPs. We still managed to repair over 4,500 potholes. There was some data analysis done around the volume of potholes being reported versus repaired. I can't remember the exact figures, but for every one pothole that was reported, we repaired 20. So just to show how far in advance of people ringing us and making a complaint about one particular pothole, we've repaired 19 before that's happened. Which, is a testament to our guys being out there doing it, seeing it, and getting on top of it before people ring in, generally.
Joe, just, I can't make holes in that one at all. Just time of the year, weather and everything else, often a pothole's repaired that pops out. So do we know how many are repaired more than once?
No, I don't have that data available right this second. I'm more than happy to look into it though.
But Mr. Chair, we do have that data, it's just not top of mind.
Yeah, I recognise it's unavoidable at different times of the year, it's something that happens.
But that's, Mr. Chair, I mean, the reason for Charlie looking into that, because there often is a question around this table about why we're relying on customers telling us about issues on the network now.
Yes.
We're always going to rely on that because the network's massive and we've only got 2 crews that permanently drive around. But I think it was actually quite heartening to see the numbers, in actual fact, to see that for every 20 potholes, that's actually 19 are being fixed at first time rather than once.
And they're being reported by the road patrols and just the general crews going around. That's it.
Just shy of 4,500 marker pegs in some way, shape or form, whether that's edge marker, culvert markers or bridge markers. As you know, around the network, edge marker posts are used for delineation. As part of our larger work program, there's a delineation strategy that's being formulated between us, Selwyn, Waimak and Kaikoura. And that's seen where edge marker posts are being frequently knocked over, broken, a transition to reflective cat's eyes or RRPMs on the edge lines to delineate. So there's some trials happening in Waimak at the moment with that. So all of this will feed part of the 10-year work program for us, looking at how we better manage our roads, how we better delineate, and whether or not a transition from edge markers that are being damaged to raised reflective pavement markers are something worth looking into. So there'll be some analysis done around those figures this coming financial year. 1.5 kilometres of edge break. So this, as the sides of the roads get eaten away or chewed up by trucks or a variety of other things. 1.5 kilometres of edge break repaired, either with cold or hot mix. 100 signs that were damaged or missing that have been replaced. That's not including all of the signs that have been replaced as part of the night audit. So where we go at night time and assess the reflectivity. And 27 calls for stuff on the road that requires sweeping or shoveling or brooming or one of the above.
Charlie, that you might like to open edge breaks, tar seal on the bridges, where you drop off the tar seal on Scott and to brought this up earlier on, is there some scientific work being done around that, or?
Mr. Chair, so edge break not to be confused with the sealed unsealed transitions. So I think the conversation earlier around Capitol Road is around the transition where the seal meets the unsealed network, not the edge of the roads where the edges have become either cracked and chipped away. So Capitol Road, just as it's top of mind, is in the program to be repaired in September. So I think there's some cones set up around where it's pretty bad at the moment. And there's 4.4 kilometres of metalling to be done on Capitol Road, and that'll be done in September.
So what is the fix?
So for the
hard mix
for the transitions, they're always going to suffer. Essentially, I mean, the grader can't grade up right to the seal at the risk of damaging the seal. So there's always like a 5-10 metre strip that is a little bit harder to manage than the rest of the unsealed network or the sealed network on the other side. So the only way that we can do that is by building it back up, which we'll do when we do maintenance metalling. It's the most cost-effective way for us to fix it.
I just want to raise it here because it was frustrating for the grader driver. He's trying to smooth it out, and even when he left, he was going like this when he tried to roll it and everything with his grader, but he just couldn't because he can't, because you've got that hard and then you just get a hole again.
So it's that 5-10 metre stretch just on the outside of the seal. The only way for us to do that is to build it back up. But I mean, that's always going to be a challenge when we've got unsealed network meeting sealed network.
What happens too, you get high shoulders on each side of it because everything blows out, so it builds up on the sides, and then you get the moisture, the water getting into it more because there's no drainage, because it's just just gets all, like, it goes somewhere, but it usually goes to the side.
Sounds like it's in here.
Cool, moving on to page 27, so routine drainage maintenance. As you guys will be aware, the wheel digger program that we started, I mean, admittedly later than we would have liked, but got started last financial year. We did over 150 kilometres of roadside drainage. That was recalibrated a couple of times, went in and was probably too much, and then sort of pulled them back, and that was probably not enough. So just finding the right balance of how far you go with drain clearing, culvert ends clearing. The intent was never to reshape hundreds of meters of roadside drainage. The intent was to make sure all the culverts are working, make sure water can get to the culverts, put some cutouts in, and just make sure that there is free flow on those roadsides. But there is obviously some further drainage that needs to be done. There's a couple of roads that I've got earmarked for this financial year that will, I think Phoebe Road is one of them, where there's quite a lot more work that needs to be done in terms of both cutouts, actual table drains, and some culvert replacements.
I feel that Phoebe Road one needs, I went down it the other day and it's halfway down from then on, it's water across the road and it just can't get away. It just about needs a field drain down between the railway line and the road. That you can get, because at the moment you can do all the drainage you like, there's nowhere for the water to go. It just goes out and then comes back into the road again.
So there is provision for soak pits. Whether or not the ground's suitable for soak pits up there, I'm not sure. We haven't actually started on Phoebe yet. But Craig, our technician on council side, will be working with them to make sure that we get the best outcome there. And we're acutely aware that there is quite a bit of work to do up there. There's a couple of avenues for us to explore when it comes to trying to get rid of some of the water. Soak pits is one option, whether or not there's field drains, and then we get the offshoot of that is where we've been to try and improve drainage and do cutouts. But farmers have gone back and filled them in. So trying to nuance that with maintaining a good relationship with the property owners as well.
Yes, I've got a question from
No, it's not really a question, it's more a comment. It's just good to reflect properly where we've come from as far as the really digger, the pilot, I suppose. We're only year 2 into doing this.
This is the first year it's been going.
Okay, so I mean, it's not that long ago that we actually didn't have any of this work being done, and we knew, I'll say we as a collective understood that there were issues that were compounding on having a network that we were proud of and that we were being able to manage. So, it feels to me as if we're on a path to a continuous improvement because we are putting this investment in place. And I think we'll always get, an issue like Vince is raising, which is totally fair and appropriate to raise. But I think it's important to acknowledge that we're putting that investment in to continue to be on that improvement, process. So I just want to acknowledge that work because I think that's really critical to having a good impact to, the integrity of our roading network. So thank you.
And outside of the wheel digger program, as they're going along, they're inspecting culverts as well. So this year we'll shake out a culvert clearing program for culverts that haven't been cleared for a long time, where the ends have been unblocked but the capacity is still reduced. So there'll be further works that will come out of that, which again will just reaffirm all of the work that they've done to date and improve the state of our drainage ability. Moving on to steel pavement maintenance, we did a touch over 20,000 square metres of stabilisation this season, a little bit lower than what we did last season, but that was because Isolated Hills Road missed the run this year due to the rehab, because we couldn't do all those repairs on Isolated Hill while the rehab road was going on. That would have been a nightmare. And we did 7,500 square metres of dig outs. It's not an atypical volume for us to do in a financial year. So we loaded them in the warmer months. We started stabilising earlier, I think as early as mid-September, the mill went into the ground for the first time. And we had a pretty robust collaborative type of session with Cord around what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. Was reasonably well tracked until the rehab kicked off. And that sort of put a pause on some things, and then we deferred to maintenance stabilising. So we started up through the Leader Road doing the maintenance activities, which again is something that we haven't done particularly well in years gone past. We haven't been able to manage pre-reseal repairs in our reseal program as well as doing pavement repairs as part of maintenance. So they're two very separate work streams that we've not managed, I guess, in isolation of each other. And last year was a really good success of that, because we managed to get most of the pre-reseals repairs done where we could, and then do some maintenance as well, which I don't think we've done for a number of years. And it also meant that we could get ahead on some of the pre-reseal repairs for this year. So where we deferred maintenance at the tail end of the season last year, we picked up Cheviot Heights, we picked up a couple of other roads up towards Cheviot that are going to be on the reseal list for this year. So it sort of swings and roundabouts, and we've ended up in a pretty good position out of it. So we sealed 31 out of 34 kilometres, so just shy of our target, but that was pretty much attributed to isolated hills. And then by the time we made the decision to push isolated hills, we didn't have enough time to get a design through for the sites that we wanted to bring in. So we're at the mercy of Isaacs, and they had some issues with their equipment. I think one of their spray tankers got written off. So it was just a multitude of issues at the end of the season, really. So moving into the unsealed pavement maintenance, we recalculated the cubic meters of material that was applied over the financial year. So we hit just over 36,000. I think I reported this as over 40,000 because of a duplicate in RAM. So we've corrected those numbers, we've gone back. And it worked out to be about 36,700 odd, which was still about 10 to 15,000 cube over what we normally do.
Sorry, Charlie, I missed that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sorry, Charlie, going back to the sealed pavement maintenance. We are Rotherham North Road, so around the bend, under the bluff there, it's been changed to a 50-kilometre speed limit there because it's like a slick. It's turned into a slick zone, and me coming down the wet today, just so aware of people being able to lose control on that. So that was had a reseal done not that long ago. It was done in the heat, and it seemed to just get rolled. The aggregate seemed to get rolled straight away, and so where does that sit? Is that a fault with the product?
That's
timing, or because that was done in warm weather, well, a stinging hot day, and so it needs, or are we going to have to put up with a 50k speed limit on that kilometre stretch until it's due for a reseal?
Yeah, no, that site's a shed risk. So the reason that it's flush was because there was a methodology to carry out pavement repairs that we both HDC and Cord shared risk in, because it may have worked. If it worked, it would have saved us money. If it didn't work, then we've got to do something different. So that site's going to be dug out and asphalted. So it was meant to be done when we did the inland road job that has just gone, but it didn't make the program in time. So that job will be done in isolation with, there's another job at the start of inland road. So that will be a shared cost between us and Cord. So we will pay for the asphalt component, they will pay for the rest of it essentially.
Okay. So we talk about the same thing? Because this is just north of Rotherham. Okay, just below the bluff. Okay.
Same site.
Just before Charlie moves on talking about metalling, I was just going to prompt Charlie to talk about the different types of metals that we're extracting and using.
Sure. So as you all know, we've been kicking the tires on using a slightly bigger aggregate. This last financial year, we've done a mix of 32, we've done a mix of 20, and we've gone to 65 and 45 in some places. So some heavily clay-ridden places that have been soft and fallen to bits, we've treated with a 65 and then a 32 overlay. Some of the sections of road that we've treated with 32 haven't responded as well as we'd like. One example is the Blythe Hill, the hill section around a 4 kilometre mark. We treated that with 32, it's corrugated, so we've had to go up and speed restrict it for now. Grader will be there fixing it today. But the flat sections have performed really well. So similar to Gardy's Road, the hill section with a bigger stone, it doesn't perform as well on the hill section, and that's partly due to weight of vehicle and speed. But where we've put it on the flat, it's performed generally really well, and it's lasted really well. So as we move into this current financial year, what we'll be doing is revisiting other sites that have been identified for a 32 treatment, and going back to some of the sites that are probably a lighter vehicle loading, so a little bit more cars and family type activity rather than farm usage, and looking to go back and put a 20 wearing course on where we can. That will probably happen late this financial year as opposed to early. But mixing 32 and 20 we've explored as well as using some 25 that was stockpiled. So we've had a bit of a play using different sizes of material from all of our sources. So river sources are generally more round, and the land-based stuff is generally not. So we've had some pretty good experience this financial year with what we've been using and where we've been using it, and maximising what we can get out of our consents. So we're doing some work up at the Upper Mason. So we're going to take some material out of there around the bridge structure, and same deal back at Onipanga. So it's been a really interesting year to sort of assess and identify what material we're going to put on what roads, and I guess understanding the why behind going to a slightly bigger stone, or a slightly smaller stone in some instances.
Charlie, we've got past issues of being able to get the stuff. Have we got enough consents and places to take it to where we're not carting it from one side of the county to the other to do it right?
I don't think our contractor would ever cart it from one side to the other just because it's so cost prohibitive to cart material that far. I think the issue of supply, I think, is largely been negated. I mean, our maintenance contractor has got consents, so they have capacity now. Go back a couple of years, I think there were some challenges getting the consents stood up, but I don't think we have those same constraints now, as well as looking to gravel authority, so we can take up to 50,000 cube per site in a river under ECAN's approval if we get a permit to do so. So there was an additional resource within the roading budget that got cut to have a person to manage that process. So that's something still on the cards to have a look, hopefully this financial year or next, to have a person dedicated in-house who can pick up applying for GAs, working through the process and ensuring our own security of supply as well. Cool. So going back to the maintenance mettling, so over 36,000 cubic material was applied. I've got the breakdown for how much of each type. I think it worked out to be about 26,000 cube of 32, and make up the rest. I think it's about 8,000 cube of 20, about 1,000 cube of 45 and 65. And with that, the key contract manager, who was responsible for the inspections and the coordination of all the unsealed network, Mike Power, who was with Cord for a long time, I think it was just shy of 30 years, and he was on our contract for 7 or 8 within the Hurunui. He resigned and retired, which has led to some differing processes for how we do things now, in terms of coordinating the mettling program, the grading programs, and what the responses are to customer service driven requests for maintenance, essentially. And I think that's been a really good thing. I think in hindsight, I think it's been a really good balance now of responding to customers' requests in a timely manner, but not deviating so far from the grading program to ensure that every road still gets its fair crack, rather than prioritising a road because someone has complained about it. Part and parcel with that, HDC, we've picked up probably more responsibility in terms of inspecting roads for metal, prioritising roads for metal, and making sure that we're getting the right stuff down on the right places.
So we went through a process of coordinating between us and the contract with RAM, there was different systems, I seem to remember, that all had to be to do things a bit smarter than that. Sounds like it's all working like it should now.
Yeah, so the contractor has got their workbench, so that's what tracks all the grading, when roads are graded, when it's inspected, when it's next due type of activity, and that's a really good platform. And then that obviously talks to RAM, which is our source of truth, our Bible. You know, we live in RAM every minute of the day for all intents and purposes. And yeah, they are coordinating well now. I mean, we've made some tweaks to the dashboard that they offer, but it's been a pretty good system-wise. I think we're pretty good.
Cool.
Looking down at the damage and vandalism stats, so only 11 reported incidents to damage or vandalism that have been categorised with that fault code in RAM. It's really hard to I guess identify what's that vandalism and separate it accordingly. So it's only at a cost of $1,600, but it was mostly minor signs, name blades or Ford signs, funnily enough. So they've been all been replaced anyway. Looking through the corridor management, so it was a pretty busy year. So this is Raymond in our RCA role, reviewing, approving, declining traffic management plans, carrying out TTM inspections. As I'm sure you know, that the government has got the road cone police out in force, the 0800 hotline, and you'll be pleased to know that we've only had one email since that was stood up about road cones, and it was in Hammer Springs, and that was an active work site. But you know, with all the works that's happened around Amberley, we've stepped up TTM inspections, so people boring vehicle crossings without TM, and people generally complying with their TMPs if they have a generic plan or something like that, as well as then defects found as part of remediation works. So in 29 instances where we've managed to find someone that's done something and it hasn't lasted as long as it should, so they've come back and fixed it. And it's not noted here, but there was I think around 35 other cease work or go back and do something else instructions offered. So we've processed over 600 TMPs in total, and carried out over 100 inspections. So there's some pretty good numbers for us this financial year, and an increase from last financial year. Moving forward,
I just what do you mean by multiple cease work notices? What does that involve?
So if we were to go out to sites, say we were going out locally to Amberley because it's convenient, and we get a report of someone constructing a vehicle crossing, we'll go out and issue them a cease work notice, say you're not to continue until you this and this under this legislation, or under this bylaw, under this rule, and then Ray will work through that process with them and getting them compliant, giving them either a retrospective car or a car in place, getting a traffic management plan. She's done quite a lot of work with some of the local TM providers around getting their guys to be aware of what they need to do. So it's actually been a really good learning experience for both council and in our staff that are performing those RCA type roles. Sorry, and I guess on that is the ability to go through and close roads. We've probably used a little bit more these last couple of years than we ever have done in history. And part of that is driven by looking to save money and TM costs and having manual traffic controllers out and about or paying for lights. It's quite common now across a lot of TAs. They're issuing more road closures just to lower the cost of traffic management, essentially. And we have to report these figures quarterly to NZTA around what we're spending as, you know, a part of our total roading budget on TM. So it's front and centre of all of our minds to try and work smarter or bring multiple work sites into one lot of TM, or essentially just close the roads if we can.
Do you think, Joe, that that'll eventually lead to more evening work or out of hours work?
Yeah, I think it depends on what we're trying to do. Some types of work you wouldn't do in the evenings. We've got no objection to evening work, but I guess we'll see how it all shakes out.
It can be a double-bladed sword, and it just because if you get too carried away with it, I know that people have said to me that they just carry on because they've got to carry on their business. So you know you've got to really think it through before you do it.
Yeah, and looking forward to the future. Some of the work updates that are happening now for works to commence this financial year or after. The speed limit changes for schools that was required under the Setting a Speed Limit Act 2024. So the reports come to council around that, and so as soon as that time has passed, then we will be planning to erect the signs in December this year over the school break. So they'll go up with a bit of a comms plan. I think we've quite decided on whether we're going to have them masked up so you can't see them for a little bit, do some promo, and then go back and unveil them type thing. So there'll be a bit of a work plan attached to that, and a comms plan to make sure that people know what we're doing and why we're doing it. So they're all scheduled to go up late December, early January before school goes back. The Wheelie Digger program is going to continue. So we had budgeted for another 3 months to start this financial year, plus some money that was reallocated from the resilience program to keep them going for another few months. And then we'll probably look to do, depending on I guess what the contractor is doing and what the workload looks like, is to either put a pause on it and restart it, or just continue it going straight through, because we've got another lot of money budgeted for next financial year as well. So it'll just be a bit fluid, that 3 to 4 month window that we don't have covered. Ross.
Yeah, through the chair, look, a compliment, Charlie Reid, and then Road. Someone's obviously been through there with I don't think it was a wheelie digger, but cleaned out ditches, yeah, and done a good job, I have to say, because I think the slips come down in that rain, and get all them tidied up and cleaned up was great to see. So,
Mr. Chair, that was called who did all that drainage work. So that was a result of a meeting that I had with a gentleman from Mount Lyford, and we went up to review the extent of it, and it all sort of forms part of why that pavement had a failure. So we went up and we reviewed exactly what we needed to do, and called went up, and yeah, they did a great job of the drainage work and the pavement repairs up there.
yeah.
All of our test pits for our rehab sites are done. So all of the rehab sites for the remaining program, so this year and next, have been done, with pavement, with seal designs coming through from Cords Designer imminently for the first lot. So Medbury and Mutnow on the program for this financial year. So the intent of having one done before Christmas and one after. We can start on Medbury and then head up to Mutnow. And then we've got all of the test pit data for inland road sites, and a couple of other sites that we're going to look to do next year.
Yeah, just through the chair, the inland road that you're deferring to next year, it might need quite a bit of maintenance to keep it going. you know, I think it's about 12 logging trucks a day, every day going out. It's just breaking up in front of us, but you can see how you get on there, because it's how long do you keep maintaining something, and if I tell our ratepayers that you'll wait another year for rehab and go down that well, but
Through the chair, so there's 3 sections on Inland Road. The best one was deferred. There's still 2 others that are scheduled as well, but they were always scheduled for next year. But there was one that was scheduled for last year, that after the technical audit with NZTA, they recommended deferring.
yeah, they should have another drive through it.
It's a funny point. I caught up with our investment advisor last week, who drove through Inland Road and said it was looking a bit sad. It's funny that, isn't it? I mean, we're constantly reviewing these sites and where the issues are, and whether or not we can do different things.
Yeah.
You know, like Wandle Rise, where it's flush through the Wandle Rise. You know, we're looking at doing something different there again. So I mean, there's always new products or new innovation and a new working methodology to trial something or do something a little bit different that might garner us a different result without having to rehab a road. But there's a couple of sections on Inland Road that definitely need some love.
Thank you.
And one of the last things, the transport procurement strategy. So this is a document that's endorsed by NZTA, comes through council for sign off. This is basically got to be rewritten. The last one was done by Kushler in 2020, and it's required to be reviewed every 6 years. So it's due at the end of this financial year. So that'll be worked on over the next couple of months between Kate and myself, and come through to you guys. And the last one that's not on there is the delineation strategy. I'm quite really excited about the delineation strategy, because I think it will be really good for not only for our network, but for road users across multiple networks to have the same expectations around the same classifications of road. They can know what it looks like. It's a pretty boring thing to be excited about. So but it will provide a really consistent road user message, which will be really good, and it will drive probably a 10-year program. We yet to see the extent of the work that will come out of it, but there will be a significant amount of work that will come out of it, which we'll be able to budget for and program in advance. So years down the track, we'll know exactly what line marking needs to be done, exactly where we need to go through and install curb advisories, standardise forward signage, standardise a lot of these things that we all do differently, but we all do the same thing, just with a slightly different colour on it. And that will be a big win for us, I think, as a council, working with 3 other councils to produce something of that nature. Where there's people in these organisations that said that we would never get this over the line. We're one meeting away from it being over the line as far as the council officers are concerned.
I think so. That's going to drive consistency. Will that also concentrate on? I've always believed in lifting the baseline as opposed to doing things that are, somebody wants a bit of new seal or something, whatever, improving bits instead of lifting the baseline.
That's exactly what it is. It is lifting the baseline as a whole. So all of us will treat a low volume road that has an ADT of this many vehicles. We will all treat that in the same way. So some of these roads might never have had a centre line, or might not be wide enough to have a centre line. So we go, all right, sweet, let's go back to the drawing board. This road needs to be widened and a centre line. So, this all forms part of our big forward work program that will lift the entire district in terms of what the roads look like. Go through sponsorships. We sponsored a fair bit of stuff over the last financial year. The Men's Shed was sponsored with their access way and car parks construction. That one provided aggregate and labour. We also sponsored the Ride Forever, the cycling event in Waikari. And there was a couple of other bits and bobs that was sponsored by Cord or by Cord jointly with HDC using our Wildlands Patrol. Going through cost savings, couple of things there. The traffic counts, whilst there is a cost saving, it's just transitioned in-house. We're transitioning in-house, so that's still an ongoing process while we get established and sort of understand the program. We've got a traffic count strategy that's been developed that we're just refining at the moment, and then that will then drive the traffic count program. So we're in the throes of all of those things at the moment. HPMV permitting, so NZTA took over all the HPMV permitting pretty much nationwide, and they not offering the same visibility of reporting as what we would have had in years gone by, being able to report to the ops committee, but at the cost saving of just over 30 grand a year, I think is probably acceptable. And then the Wheelie Digger program, so that number is generated by what other activities or work could have been captured. That was cleared as a result of what the scope of that Wheelie Digger was. So we've averaged out, per job, about $3,800 with 127k overall. So offset that 127k against what we paid to have the Wheelie Diggers, almost makes them cost neutral. So you've got the overall summary there, our key achievements. So 95% of our sealed pavement maintenance and 100% of our unsealed metalling. This is budget allocation. Delivered major projects. Rotherham Road South being a key achievement there, maybe subjective, but it was a nice rehab that was completed. The finished product is an outstanding piece of road. There's a couple of little things need to be addressed, like drainage issues, but I mean, overall, the project was delivered, and it is a fantastic stretch of road now. And some, driving some cost saving behaviour, as well as refurbishing our signs. So we've had our first round of saved signs where they have just been reskinned. So we've had our first round of those collected, and they're due to go up on the network this month. So just looking at doing things a little bit different, and getting that sustainability tick as well, and reusing what we can reuse. All of our broken signposts, we've stockpiled, and we're going to reuse them. Our broken culvert markers and edge marker posts have been cut up for asset ID, so we can label culverts. So they're just trying to reuse materials that would have otherwise just gone pretty much straight to landfill or scrap steel. Still maintained high closure rates in the service request, and relatively strong community engagement. We've been out there doing it. We've been out there making friends and making not so many friends. But I think we've been an available department to the customers, especially this financial year. We've communicated pretty well. If we take Rotherham Road South out of the picture, I think that everything else was pretty well communicated. And a couple of challenges this year in terms of obviously weather events. Weather events will always be a challenge. I think the challenging part of the weather events that we had this year was that they weren't big enough to unlock additional funding. If they were a little bit bigger, we might have got some additional funding, but they didn't. So, but we've managed to capture all of that in what we've budgeted for in the minor risks and the minor events. So at least we're not out of pocket in that regard. Working with our contractors to make sure that their claims are processed on time, making sure that they're claiming what they can claim for when they've done the work. That's been a challenge, part and parcel, because they're, as an organisation, they have their own battles and timelines and stuff as well. But that's probably something that we're going to reflect to a KPI. I think at this stage we're going to go to talks with them at the next contract management team meeting around what additional replacement KPIs we can use to manage the contract, and that would be something that I'll be really keen to see in there. Planned versus claimed expenditure type of measure.
I don't want to cut you short, Charlie, but I think it's credit to the work that you're doing. It's really lifted our game. But can I just be reminded of how far? I think we've got a 7-year contract with Ford. How far into that contract are we?
So this is year 4, coming into year 4, so the year 5 is up in 2027.
Right.
And then there's a +2 +2, so it's a 9-year contract over.
Okay, so it's the years, I was just kind of thinking, you know, how much in your reporting to us, how much, I guess, the profile or the relationship has been built to achieve those outcomes, and I was just sort of thinking, you know, how far through are we with that contract to actually, you know, there again, go back to that, always on a pathway of continuous improvement, so thanks for what you've done to build that up.
And in further development, collaboration with NZTA, I know it's been a challenging issue over the last probably ever. We've just had another meeting with the bigwigs at NZTA around coming together for an MOU for who maintains what, where, and how. And again with some minor amendments to the document that we've agreed on. I mean, in principle, we've agreed to what's in the document, which will be, you know, a big win in terms of actually getting something that's agreeable to both organisations at least from an officer point of view.
Charlie, I don't think it's with NTA, but I see you came up with a solution at the truck stop north end here. It's obviously due again. Who was that? Was that with the land, with the owner, the truck stop owner, or where did we get to with that one at the end?
Mr. Chair, that's a truck stop owned by NZTA. So I offered I essentially project managed that repair for them. So they gave me a budget and I essentially project managed it for them. It's 100% on NZTA to come back and do what repairs they want. I was of the understanding that after they'd carried out the initial repairs, they were going to try and sell that land. I don't know if that ever happened.
They might want to have a wee look again.
I've already let them know. We found our roading engineer last year. Obviously, we've been without that engineering position for a couple of years after Dan Thompson left. So recruiting Mitch, which was a really good move, came from Downer, brought a lot of experience, brings in a lot of knowledge, and comes from the contractor world. So you know, we get to take advantage of the fact that he's been on the other side of the game and he knows how to play it. And you know, he's able to build those relationships with our contractors as well. And forward work for speed limit changes. So looking to see how we manage speed limit changes and requests for speed limits to be reviewed. We've started that process with a it's called a UDT, a table in RAM, to start tracking this. So at least we've got some data that's able to be reviewed at some point. And then once we've determined what meets the threshold, then we'll bring it to the table to consult. And there's some pretty photographs.
Could we ask about the one at the bottom left, the Mender Bridge?
Absolutely.
As to where it's at.
So, Mr. Chair, so the Mender Bridge suffered some damage to the pier back in the weather event in May. Initially, it went to Cord to get priced and repaired. Then, due to the value, it went to tender. Cord won the tender, and works are scheduled to start on October 4th.
That stopped all the questions, quick. Thank you for that. Any questions for Charlie?
I just wanted to back on that Mender Bridge. I know it's surrounded by quite a big farm block, and I'm in regular contact with the landowner there. The landowner is farm manager, making sure that they're happy with their access, making sure that the alternative route's okay. If it needs grading or anything on the detour around the bridge, then we've just responded to that and gone out and done what needs to be done, recognising that they're a big commercial property within the district as well.
Is that what you've done there? You've put a forward or something further down, or are they coming up over the back?
So there is a forward next to the bridge that they can use, but the detour around, it's about 2 kilometres around. We've just said if there's any maintenance that needs to be done on that detour route while the bridge is out of action, just text us and we'll go out and we'll respond.
No more questions? Thank you very much, Charlie. Just thinking on this over the last wee while. A year or two ago, roading was one of the biggest things in front of our face. People were letting us know. And so much so that we were looking at asking for a lot more money from Waka Kotahi, and I think it was about a 14.5% rates increase we were looking at, just to try and get it sorted. Yeah, we haven't had some of the weather bombs and things as much, that might be a factor. But we've managed to get down to 3.37, fourth lowest in New Zealand, and I haven't heard any more rumbling coming around roadings. And I think it largely is around the visibility, not just what the wheelie digger's doing, but people are seeing it out there doing. The increased gravelling, once again, people are seeing that. I'm hearing our response times are good, and our comms team are putting out around the road. It seems to have been a fire that's been very much dampened down. So that's a credit to you and your team. So yeah, I think if we keep on that track, we'll be happy people.
Stu?
Yeah, I think we've got a lady, Catherine, very, very patiently back there. To talk to us through the regulatory report.
So just presenting this on behalf of Compliance and Waste Manager this month while he's on leave. So I'll give you justice for him. Excellent. So in terms of the regulatory environment, we had a pretty heavy workload with customer service requests, up 5% received. So the volumes were steadily increased through the year, peaking in March with 110 received. The common sort of issues we were presented with include littering and illegal dumping, particularly around the Waka River, which remains a bit of a hotspot for us. We've got noise complaints. Interestingly, they're lower than the previous year, suggesting some improved compliance and enforcement effectiveness. And unauthorised building work remained a recurring issue. So these were often discovered, I suppose, during those property transactions reviews, so self-reported internally. In terms of animal control, CSRs were up about 2% in previous years, with the most common issues relating around lost, found or roaming dogs, and usually around the summer months as well. Dog barking complaints, that was steadily throughout the year. Notice issued. We had 19 reported dog bite incidents over the year, involving people, other dogs, livestock, and several dogs during this period were classified as menacing. Dog welfare concerns, including dogs in accidents or conditions, and addressed through checks and education. And also stops on the road. So some key trends in terms of animal control were seasonal increase in roaming dogs during the warmer months, and we also experienced some strong community reporting and engagement, so that's really positive. So some actions taken by officers include a mix of education, warning and enforcement. Infringement notices have been issued over a period for controlled failures, and reparations and containment improvements are often arranged voluntary with dog owners. The food premises verifications, it's been quite a significant year. Verifications are up 55%. Most verifications with food businesses were satisfactory. The ones that were not had increased verification frequencies. So that was numbers. I had several improvement notice issued to food businesses, generally around poor hygiene, pest control failures, and inadequate control plan implementation. All of the corrective actions in those improvement notices have been satisfactorily completed, and all those notices have been revoked. There were investigations, so several involving foreign matter from food, inadequate food storage, and foodborne illness linked to local businesses. In those cases, either education was offered and advice for one particular outbreak relating to suspected staphylococcus cases or time temperature abuse of food storage.
Sorry, I've just got a question from Mara.
Sorry, Catherine, can I
Stop it midstream.
Yeah, no, sorry, no, I was just curious really. So when you do your initial check and you get a issue, hygiene or pest control or whatever the issue, is it, do you give them a month or 2 weeks, or how do you determine when you're gonna go back and consider whether they've got it right or not, you know?
Through the chair. So that's usually depending on risk based. So if it's something significant risk, you'll have a shorter time frame. If it's a, you know, and depending on, I suppose, how long it's needed, but yeah, it's hard to say depending on.
Yeah, of course, I can understand. Thank you.
Going back, so the outbreak that related to suspected staphylococcus, and it was due to a time temperature abuse of food. This resulted in an improvement notice, and it also resulted in an unscheduled verification with an unacceptable outcome, which increases the verification frequency. The good news is that business is doing very well. Improvements. Alcohol licensing, there's been a high application rate during the period, as we've seen in the previous year. Special licenses made up a proportion of these licenses. So looking at licenses for events. There were some notable DLC hearings during the period. Culvert and Bottle Store. So as you mentioned earlier on, it was initially granted by the DLC and appealed by the Inspector of Police and Public Health. Our last hearing has been scheduled for the 5th of September. There was also hearings for manager certificate applications, and some were declined due to lack of experience. And remote hearings were trialled successfully. Monitoring and enforcement by the alcohol inspectors and police revealed serious breaches, including no duty manager present and unauthorised sales of alcohol. This has led to formal warnings, and the alcohol and licensing inspector has opposed the renewal application on this particular one, with a hearing set for the 15th of September. There's also been 4 other warning letters issued for various other non-compliances. And it's also noting that festival monitoring, including Rolling Meadows, was demonstrated as high compliance. In terms of dogs, the statistics are all trending downwards on the previous year. So impounded was down 8%, infringement notices down 65%, dog bite incidents down 17%, and registered dogs down 3%, which may be due to for ownership. Key incidents include attacks on livestock, children and visitors. As I mentioned earlier, some owners were cooperative, offering reparations and improving containment voluntarily. Welfare cases, dogs involved in car accidents and police chases were safely recovered and cared for. Welfare checks were conducted in response to public concerns. During the period, there's also some public education and campaigns, notably the You Know What to Do campaign promoting responsible dog waste disposal in the domains, I understand. Our officers also engaged in public communications via radio, social media, and in-person outreach, which has been very well received. We've had infrastructure improvements, including the new dog pound, which was developed by repurposing the council-owned shed, saving capital costs, and this was one of our major cost savings initiatives for the year.
Catherine, is that what I would call the nappy factory, basically, over Balkan?
So,
The shed at Belkin,
I know.
once upon a time, is that where we? That's right, yeah. And that's all up and going now, is it? That's all, oh, great, that's a good result.
Moving on to freedom camping, so the amount of visits in terms of officer visits for clients were down, and this is generally due to the funding or lack of in the previous years. Trends showed that Glenmark Reserve frequently exceeded capacity, and CCTV monitoring has been introduced. Hamner River Reserve faced issues due to the muddy conditions. Public engagement is high. Interestingly, the Freedom Camping GIS map is the most viewed on the council's website, so that's I want to show the demand on the facility. Illegal rubbish dumping. So again, this is a persistent issue in the compliance team, with the Waipara River remaining the most problematic site. Other sites include the Amberley Beach, Medbury Road and Kauai River. Enforcement has included several offenders identified through community cameras and public reports, and infringement notices have been issued under legislation. We've got moving on to other stats. So infringement revenue was $9,571. There were 21 Health Act inspections completed during the year, which were generally compliant. They relate to camping grounds, hairdressers and offensive trades. And just on a note on the hairdressers, so the hairdressing regulations were revoked on the 31st of July this year. It's a minor impact to our workload. I believe there was 9 registered hairdressers within our district. So now they are relying on industry code of practice and other legislation such as Health and Safety of Work Act. Right, resource consent monitoring. So there was 159 resource consents monitored, of which a high proportion needed a re-inspection, re-inspection scheduled. That's largely due to projects not being ready for assessment. We also had some reduced monitoring over the period due to the workload and vacancies within the team. Damage vandalism, so we had 2 minor incidents with damage to signage, which were devastated. Cost saving initiatives, so going back to our dump rubbish cleanup, so we've got now consolidation with weekly contractor lists, which saves $90 per trip. Obviously the trade-off is long wait times for that rubbish to be picked up, but it seems to be working quite well in terms of having those lists. And notably our dog pound project is a huge win for us in terms of cost savings. Other topical information includes our recreational water quality. So we had toxic algae and E. coli detected at our monitoring sites. We've got 2 sites with long-term health warnings, the Hiranui River State Highway 7 Balmoral and the Waipara Swimming Hole at Waipara Adventure Centre. We've got 2 sites that also have health risk 48 hours after rainfall. That's the Hiranui River State Highway 1 and the Waiau River Wolf Bank. There has been new signage installed, and that's in the pack as well on page 33 as an example. MPI also introduced a domestic food business levy. So this is to cover really education reviews on legislation, resource and development at the ministry level. So councils are required to collect this on government's behalf, and we're doing a separate invoicing to sort of make it very clear where the money goes to and what it's due to do. We had also some storm damage, so the tyres on the old sea wall at the Leafield Beach dislodged by erosion, and ownership of the car park still remains unclear.
Could I just give a very important update on this one, a couple of things. This Leithfield Beach car park's been sorted for now, between the Anglo Lions and a local contractor, Waimak Contracting, who, although they're called Waimak Contracting, actually live in Leithfield. And so that's been boarded up and backfilled, and then Waimak brought down a digger and a truck and leveled everything out, and then even sorted the potholes on the road in. And then pure coincidence, and it was pure coincidence, we then sent down a contract the very next day, put some shingle on the road, and so they've got it, the locals were fairly impressed. I think that quite a lot happened in a short space of time, just the way it stacked up. But yeah, I'm pleased to see it's done.
Our overall summary for the year, key achievements were high CSR closure rates despite the increasing volume and staff vacancies. We've had proactive animal control infrastructure upgrades and public education, strong alcohol licensing enforcement and successful hearings, and effective food safety oversight and timely investigations. Some challenges that we experienced were illegal dumping, river remaining a major issue. We had staff vacancies which impacted monitoring and CSR response. But even then, I'd like to note that the completion rates remain really high regardless. Freedom camping pressures and infrastructure limitations at key sites. Ongoing unauthorised building work and derelict property issues. Some developments that we've received during the period were the introduction of the NPI food domestic levy and updated recreational water signage, infrastructure improvements including the dog pound and signage upgrades, and increased use of technology including CCTV, GIS to support compliance and monitoring. In addition, I'm presenting waste and recycling.
I'm just wondering here, we have to stop about 12:20 because we've got road closure committee meeting. So we'll see how we go, but perhaps if you just work through picking out the highlights and we'll see how we go, because I'm aware we've got another team waiting and they may or may not get in before the cut off. We'll see how we go.
All right, so summarising, waste to landfill and recycling. So waste to landfill was up 10%. Notable spike was due to the 170 tonnes of fire damage to special waste from the Queen Mary fire. So recycling rates are very high, significant with so contamination rates remained impressively low with yearly average of 0.7%. And so ECRIS are really praised HGC on this.
Catherine, a question.
Yeah, so through the chair, Catherine, just, I don't think you quite got it yet, but the Tilewise scheme, because I see we're all paying $6.65, whatever we get out Firestone or a new tyre. So are you getting any negative feedback that people say, oh, I've paid for this, I should be able to get rid of it free? I know you can at Embley, but to our other smaller transfer stations like the Calderton and Wire, where I think we've got a charge on there for tyres. Are people saying, oh, we pay for this, I shouldn't have to pay for it?
Through this year, not to my knowledge. The point I was going to make is apparently it's very well received generally in the public, but not to my knowledge. I can find that out for you.
Yeah, because it is just free here in Embley, and it's and I guess unless people are coming down or through, they'll follow it up that way. But no, I just wonder if you had any pushback on that.
I take your word, Ross, and I'm wondering, are they picked up internally, only collected from Embley? The tyre company or whoever picks it up. Is that the case? Yeah. So I suppose one way or the other, you've got to get it from wherever to there, and the cost involved. Unless we've got one of our contractors can backfill or something.
So customer rates to the transfer station were really high during the period. Interestingly, with Amberley, in some months it's very busy with one paying customer. Sorry, with every one paying customer, there's two non-paying customers. So that shows that recycling rates are very high. There's been a significant amount of successes during the year reported. I'll summarise a few of the key ones. So backloading was one of the ones that Sally commented on. So over 800 tonnes of recycling is backloaded to Christchurch, saving 123 empty truck trips and reducing emissions. So that includes the backloading of windscreens as well. So every trip, I think that was a really good cost saving initiative. The ag recovery program has been a standout success in the industry. So I understand that they are looking at holding similar events going forward in this period, and with focuses on different types of waste and tying them up with rural, I suppose, time frames and deadlines. So this.
Can I just ask a question through that? So I remember I talked about that at the time, that, you know, for the ag recovery, for, you know, from a farmer perspective, you've got to get the timing right to actually empower the farmers to actually want to be part of the process. So I wonder whether it would be helpful to come back and sort of test with some of the farming community as to when the perfect timing or the best possible timing might be to capture the market, you know, because otherwise they're going to have their balance wrap and whatever, you know, flying around and may not like be on the fringe of their season. So there might be some intel that you could use to maximise the advantage of having the ag recovery process in place for people. So, you know, don't be afraid to ask some questions to some country pumpkins like Vince. You know, someone, but that's the truth though, you know, they've got, I mean, I know we've got balance wrap at home and you know, you've got to have a season to actually make it happen, so I'm sure that there'll be some good intel that might be helpful to getting it inside the right window.
Absolutely, thank you.
See, even for the chemical, spray chemicals, because there's certain times of the year when they're used, like at the moment, there's no spraying going on, you know, it's just that spring and autumn, really.
Yeah, to get the right advantage for people, isn't it? Like,
It's when there's a big pile, it makes people think.
yeah.
Mulch sales were high, and there was a high community demand, which led to a sellout of the mulch made from green waste. Stand with stocks ready to go for this year. Community engagement, including the repair cafes, school visits, business outreach were well attended and positively received. And we've got works for a repair cafe to be scheduled around November this year again. There were some challenges with the waste minimisation team, including illegal dumping, and they were often followed up, including invoicing offenders, find them, public education campaigns. So we touched on the Tirewise scheme. So Sally just wanted to point out after the initial challenges and through with the Tirewise scheme, it's working really well at Amberley. Approximately 150 to 200 tyres being recovered per month. So the team has got routine maintenance and inspections in place for the transfer stations, clean kill sites and equipment. A lot of it is done internally to make sure everything's working effectively. There's been some really good education and awareness in the schools where we engaged with 300 students over multiple schools and preschools. Topics included waste audits, worm farms, paper making and recycling. The repair cafes, as I mentioned, so it was a huge success rates. We also conducted visits to local businesses and encouraged sustainable practices like reusing packaging and composting practices. And campaigns included food waste, construction waste, battery safety, green waste, including recycling. There's been some saving initiatives over the year. So staffing for one, so reduced Saturday staffing at Angley. Savings there. Courier coordination, calendar system, and saved approximately 1,200 per year. On-site repairs, avoiding contractor costs and call-outs. Compactor servicing, in-house support, so considerable amount of money, and the backloading is the significant save. The trucks returns. So key achievements, successful infrastructure upgrades, the hook bins, the stormwater systems and consent variation and litter bins. It's high contractor performance with no service disruptions, strong community engagement through education and recycling initiatives, effective cost saving strategies and operational efficiencies, and there was positive feedback from stakeholders and external partners, including recovery. Challenges included ongoing issues with illegal dumping and contamination of recycling bins, administrative burdens with regulatory changes, such as the reporting, and isolated safety incidents requiring rapid response and public communication. Developments over the period included completion of contract renewal and planning for future service models, and that includes the service of the bins. Continued focus on sustainability, education and community collaboration, and enhanced data collection and reporting to meet ministry requirements.
Thank you very much. I think you've done very well for a fairly daunting period. It may or may not be a new thing for you. A big thanks to the rest of the team. The regulation, sometimes I think it's as much about holding the line, which someone has to do, but it's also an awful lot seems to be around education and comms, and I think we do that particularly well. Just one question or one thing to take back, or the acting CEO might even be able to help out here. The contractor tells me we're so good at our job on recycling that we're sending stuff down to the recovery part, whatever, what do we call it, the big place in town that does the extra sorting? EcoSort. We're sending stuff down there, which is often below 0.5% contamination. Their benchmark, as I understand it, is 5%. And I think once upon a time, we might have got rewarded a little bit for that on the rate, our dubbing rate or tonnage rate. As I understand it now, we don't. So we're kind of doing all this great work and it's not counting for anything. It's just going in the pile with everyone else's and we're not getting anything cheaper. I may have it wrong, but it'd be something I'll be keen to see if we, leverage something out of that. Otherwise, we're kind of doing all this good work, which we don't want to not do. Like we're leading the way in an awful lot of ways, but we're kind of not getting anything back for it. So I'll leave that with the boss. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah. As far as trying to do anything more now, or I'm kind of thinking there's They might be at home, just full flight, and then we're going to say, just hold fire. Or do you want to do make a start for 10 minutes? Is that going to work for you, or would you prefer to wait and go on the one shot?
We can get it over and done within 30 minutes if you want. Both. We can summarize the summary.
No, that's not the aim.
The others are meant to go first.
You want the long version? I do.
It's a chance to show off the whole year, be proud of the stuff you've got right.
Well, look, I'm thinking of maybe the lunch siren that just went. It was. And we'll come back and we've got a traffic close, a road closure thing at 12:30. So back in here, what, we'll be back by 1:45. 10 to 1, 5 to 1, 10 to 1. Oh, yeah. We'll aim for somewhere around 5 to 1. That's going to work for you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Doesn't need as long.
Okay, welcome back. We'll continue with our ops meeting. If I could ask Kerry and Glenda and Henry to approach the bench and go through the building report, please. Page 38.
Okay, so we'll start with the customer service requests, which we've got in for the last 12 months. We only had 9, and 8 been closed, resolved. We don't get that many, so low volume and consistent closure rate. So the next thing on the list is the building applications. We've had 403 for the year, which was up 16% on the previous year. And the application volumes reflected steady construction activity with seasonal fluctuations likely tied to weather and planning cycles. In the same period too, we issued 474 consents. That's up 12%. And the average processing time was 12 days, which was down 14%. And of that 474, 150 were dwellings. We had a low last month. We had only 8 days average processing, which was one of the lowest rates we've had for a long time. And also we've had our consents, building consents on time at 100% since the start of the year. So that's a good positive. Yeah.
That's our 2 charts here, isn't it? Which make very positive feeling.
Yeah. The average consenting time going down, yep, and 100% on time. Yep. And so for the dwellings issued, trend high efficiency maintained throughout the year. On time average, 99% average, up 13%. Only one consent missed the statutory timeframe. Team maintained a high efficiency and compliance with continuous improvement and turnaround times. Building consent RFIs, 13,387 questions asked, processing in the last 12 months, which was up 3%. Again, the insight, there was an opportunity to improve application quality or pre-lodgement checks to reduce RFIs and streamlining processing. So, getting on to inspections, the inspectors carried out 4,284 inspections for the year. Failed 534 of them. Inspections are up on an average of 2% and failures were down by 23%. And 2,570, which is about 66%, passed. And of course we have the non-compliance ones as well, but they're about 21%. Inspections outcomes suggest the need for better construction quality or greater guidance to builders. So which is pretty much us when we're on site talking to them about the changes and so forth and all the code of the act.
Can I just ask through the chair member, excuse me, what Chris Pink is talking about now, you know, about cross boundary, same sort of threshold, I guess. Will that alter things? What's your prediction about what that will mean? I know it's not reflected here in this annual, but where do you think it might sit, you know, because it's sort of topical at the moment?
They're trying to get everybody's processing across the same line. We do the same processing, but it's a bit difficult because one process knowledge of how things are built is different to another processor. We have a working relationship with Kaikoura in terms of processing as well, and I think with the new Datascape coming in, we're going to be looking at same processing sheets, so we work off the same, working together. Then it's up to your individual interpretation, but then MB will say you interpret it your way. They don't give us the guidance. They don't say you have to do it this way. It's up to you to do it yourself.
Can I just to understand that better from a knowledge point, does that mean that as an authority ourselves, we have the ability to apply our own mechanisms to ensure that a house is meeting the act, and those thresholds could still differ?
It could still differ, I think, because of whoever's processing it.
Right.
It depends on their quality and their knowledge. So,
And it's interesting. Thank you.
Value of building work, 101,441,000. Inside, the rising value indicates growing investments in construction, possibly driven by residential and commercial developments. We issued 55 notices to fix over the period. There is a growing issue with non-compliant or informal construction, particularly involving tiny homes and rural structures.
Because that's basically around misunderstanding around the relaxing of the granny flat.
No, granny flats hasn't come in yet. So that's going to be another issue, I suppose, in a few years' time. The tiny home thing is whether or not this is a vehicle on wheels or a permanent structure that's sitting here on site. Certificates acceptance. So these are for works that were carried out without a building consent. We received 37 applications the last 12 months, and we issued 40, which is up to 3%. still have some on hold because we're still waiting for information and lack of detail. Lack of compliance. COAs are often complex in retrospective, requiring better application, guidance and documentation. 24-hour consenting trial. So this has been sort of, we're going through the process now of looking at applications and processing these within a 24-hour period, which we have done several and seems to be going okay.
Could you just, I'm really trying to get my head around this one. How do you achieve that? Is that you're passing through the departments? How are you doing that?
Well, you're not passing through the departments, but for us to consent within a 24-hour period, they still have to go through planning first and get their PIM check, and if there's a resource consent required, that has to be completed. And also then 3 waters application or stormwater discharge, that has to be finalised as well. So once they've got those ducks in a row, you could say, then it comes to us. We assign a building officer to it, and then it's done on that day.
A lot of happy builders in that case, I would think. A lot of happy builders in that
There are some happy builders. We have our preferred, we're having a list at the moment of 5 designers in the district, and each of the designers in 2 we try to allocate to a processor so that they get to know them, they get to know their plans. So that speeds it up a bit further too.
So a lot of these, the new homes that are being built largely by the same builder or whatever, and there'll be a similar recipe, I imagine, to doing them. Is that mainly where we're able to do that sort of thing?
Yes, and we only took it as a simple R1, which is residential 1 dwelling, which is just an easy, same as a cookie cutter. We have Marty Merchants in our too, who is one of the local builders. He's one of our third. He has the same designer, so we know then the same processor knows their style of plans and can work through it a lot more quicker. Tiny home determinations. MB confirmed 2 tiny homes as buildings, 1 determination appealed. So I think that's working through the court, going to be working through the courts. Time.
I'm just curious through the chair. So did they appeal through MB? How does that?
No, the determinations come from MB.
Yeah.
And then the one person I think hasn't said any more, they're going to do something about it, is that right? The second person is taking that determination to the district court.
Oh, okay, so it actually goes through a court, because that's what I was thinking in my mind, if MB determined it one way or the other, how does that appeal process work? But it's actually.
They're going through a district court.
So they would need to get legal representation, it'd be quite a.
A lot,
Tiny
yes,
process.
it could be drawn out process as well.
Yeah, cool, thanks, Henry.
Granting flood exemptions. So that's still working through the government at the moment, and I think they're going to pass into law next year, early next year or something. So that's again the 70 square metre granny flat without a building consent. But then there are obviously the rules and regulations that the builder has to follow, and planning rules and regulations as well. Overseas products legislation, that's just come in recently. We're talking 12,000 plus different products can come in from overseas, and then they need a certificate from the supplier that says they meet the standards, overseas standards, and MB have just released the new guidelines for that, what standards that we can use for that sort of thing. MB inspection waiting time reporting. So now the target is 80% of inspections booked within 3 working days. So we're checking that now every day to make sure there is that availability for a builder or homeowner to have that inspection within 3 days. And I don't think we've met the targets already. And so the team is actively adapting to regulatory changes and plotting innovations to improve service delivery and compliance. So that's just our ongoing education and so forth. Overall summary, so key achievements, re-accreditation with IANZ and improved audit outcomes. on-time performance for consensus ECCs. It's for successful launch of the 24-hour consenting. Strong investment in staff training and development. Key challenges, high RFI rates and inspection failures. Managing unconsented and informal building activity. Occasional system process errors affecting statutory compliance. Key developments, legislative changes, granny flats, overseas products will reshape future operations. Quality assurance and audit readiness are now embedded in daily operations. So that's where we now have our quality assurance person who does 20 hours a week to make sure that we're following all the procedures, etc. Continued focus on innovation, customer service, and regulatory alignment.
Sorry, through the chair, I just wondered, like you had a break, but it's all broken. Logging in to check consent, we used to be able to go to the council website, punch in the building consent number and find out all the information on it. But I haven't been able to do that lately. Is that part of the?
I think it's part of the changes, and again, once the new Datascape system comes fully online for us in building, then we'll be able to get back into that.
Okay, so it's a temporary.
It is a temporary thing, yes.
Is there any way you can go around and still look up or do you need to ring someone?
You'd have to ring someone to talk to the junior building officer or some customer service to get that information.
Okay.
If it's a current consent application that's still working through the system, you can go online to Simply, and that will still show the update where it's at.
Just through the chair, while you're talking about Simply, is that still going to be under the new?
No, Simply will vanish with our other processing system and go to the Datascape build, which is a 3-in-1. At the moment, at present, we have Simply, we have GoGet and processing and so forth, but then it will go into one Datascape.
Okay.
So that's live.
And I'd assume that's a more user-friendly system than Simply?
Hopefully, yes. They're still developing it at the moment, so we will all see.
If they want someone to try it, I'll send them to me.
You can do it, anyone can.
So we'll wait to see how that goes.
Yeah, no, thank you. Oh, sorry, time frame? Or the changeover?
So October at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're working through the development of it now.
Yeah.
Stage finish in October.
Thank you.
Any problems, Ross, you're about to send an RFI back there.
Okay, let's be done.
Jolly good, jolly good. Property costing.
All right. So customer service requests. So we're up 24% on last year's, and we closed more than we received. So quite happy about that. Most of the common ones came through from our social housing tenants and internal staff requests for our usual sort of buildings and service centres, depots, etc. We managed to maintain a high closure rate, even with additional workload around capital works and planned maintenance that we had for this year as well. LIMS was pretty steady for the year, and we did see some changes when the official cash rate changed in August. The majority were processed still within 2 to 3 days, and we have, it says on here that there was a LIM officer appointed to manage the increasing demand, but that was actually to replace an existing officer, so it's not additional services there. Social housing waitlist, we've been doing quite a bit of work on that over the last 2 years now to get it to a point where we've got some reasonably accurate data about actually who's on the waitlist and where they're actively wanting to be. Majority still holds out for Amberley. That currently, at end of year, it was sitting at 29.
for the whole wait list, with 23 of those applications looking for Amberley. But that's had a slight increase now where it's currently sitting at 32. And those additional 3 are for Amberley, so that's sitting about 26 now. We have created what's called an inactive list, and that is so that people who have popped in applications aren't lost. So these are people who aren't ready to move yet. They may have a dog that they're not quite ready to part with, or their situation might have changed slightly, but they don't want to lose their place. So people go onto the inactive list, and when they're ready to move, they come back to us and let us know that they're ready to be back on an active list. So when opportunities come up and they're next on the list, they can receive that. The occupancy rates for social housing was around 100%, with the exception of times when we were doing refurbs and fit outs. We've completed all of the annual inspections, and we only had 1 breach this year, which was great. And we've had a reduction in antisocials, slightly too big a word for behaviour, but we've had a reduction in reported behaviour issues in some of our areas as well, and mainly due to the Tenancy Act changes.
And you could just ask around the social housing, the waitlist and the occupancy. We have a rating and a ranking list to work it all out. We've got a lot of new people moving into Amberley from. Have we still got a reasonable amount of people that are local people on that wait list? They're not sort of getting pushed off, as it were.
No, absolutely. So what generally is a rule, so I think there's 5 or 6 main criteria that people are weighted against, and that shows where they sit on the priority scale. And then the majority of them they will have had ties to the community at some point. They could be moving back here, they could have other family here, those sorts of things. So generally, as a rule, it's it's unlikely that someone without ties to that community at some point would be placed. So we've just had a tenant move in actually who has a tie to the community from sort of 15 years ago, but that's where they wanted to move back to. So. Damage and vandalism. So on our report, we've got 8 and then some costs involved with that. And significantly, the fire at Queen Mary South was there. We've had some barrier damage to the Kiwi Camp arms, ongoing issues at Amberley Beach in particular, and then break-ins and theft at the Hamner Springs Sports Reserve. This does exclude Queen Mary North and the soldiers and nurses block, so that was being looked after by a different area, but that is starting to come through to us now for approval, so we'll see that increase. That happens on a reasonably regular basis for breaking windows and costs. Property maintenance. So this year we had a large number of jobs on. So we had around 50 capital works and we had around 36 planned maintenance jobs to get through. They're all sort of listed in there. That has reduced substantially this year. This year we've got 3 capital works jobs to do. And so we'll be back onto our condition and maintenance updated reports for there. Did a lot of urgent repairs again this year. Blocked sewers at the Amberley Library, hot water cylinders, electrical hazards we've seen a lot of electrical hazards this year. One example we've used here is there was a domestic multi-board found in a lighting tower at a park that was running other lighting towers. So we've had those fixed. We've had a bit of storm and weather damage as well, with the Amiri Medical Centre roof needing quite a bit of work there and some redesign. And obviously the camp reserve at Balmoral, which is underway at the moment for some tree removal. Planned maintenance and upgrades. We've done quite a bit on there. There were a few jobs that we didn't get round to. And towards the end of the year, we had our property officer was away with an unscheduled surgery for 2 months. So we continued to get as much done as we could during that time. Some trends and observations. The maintenance activity certainly ramped up towards the final quarter, trying to get everything in before the end of the financial year. We've been working on some proactive asset management and reading through our activity management plan and doing some work around that as well. And this year we're anticipating spending more time with our community groups to work out what they'd like to do and how we can play a role in that.
Just stop you, Mr.
Yeah.
Question from Aaron.
No, I guess I just want to come back to the Balmoral and reserve and the trees. And I just noted, I know it's Facebook, but some inaccuracies around some of the comments that were put on that, you know, just sure. And I just feel as if it's important for us to perhaps get the correct information in front of that community as well. I mean, particularly, you know, the community that I live in, and maybe Ross, it might come up at the Mary Community Committee tomorrow night. But I just note there was a lot of commentary about council being, you know, doing this and that, but actually the truth right behind the story about why those trees are being felled are valid and of concern. So I just wonder whether we've got a position statement that we might make something or inform our community better. You know, there's a lot of, like, all of the trees are going, but actually not all the trees are going, you know, it is the trees that are concerned, you know, it's all that misinformation, and council is being unfairly blamed for making a decision when actually the decision that sits in front of us as council is really important, and we need to manage that, you know. And I just wonder, you know, it's quite topical at the moment again, you know, because the trees are stopped and looked the other day when I went through to him yesterday, and I just thought, I wonder, the back of this good report, I wonder whether we could put some appropriate and fair information back in the minds of our community as to why this is happening. Why we're taking this position. So it's just maybe something we could do.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that's already underway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's some interesting information which I guess aids our situation. Came to light when they started felling the trees, that even more are rotten at the top than you could see with the naked eye.
Right. Okay.
So the guy that's pulling them all over at the moment is saying, yeah, probably a good decision, because one will knock another one, even if it's healthy. So
yeah. So are we, sorry, just to the chair, are we looking to do a media release of some sort, or how are we going to manage that?
Well, I don't think we've gone beyond just having a conversation about we need to put something out there.
Yeah.
Can you get some statements from Laurie Forestry about what they're finding?
Yeah.
So we'll put a progress update to let people know what's happening.
I kind of also might suggest that even from the Balmoral Review Committee, I mean, you know, I know you've done, I don't know where it sits on that, you know, but it would be good for them to own the understanding of why they're doing that as well. I'm not sure where that sits. You might have more information than I, but okay, I'll leave that with you to think about.
I think that depends, Mayor, on which one of the trusts that we have a conversation with.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think collectively they all understand why we're doing what we're doing. But when you have an individual conversation with each of them, they've all got a different view.
Yeah.
So it's quite difficult for Glenda to try and wrangle that collective response.
I suppose what I was suggesting, if they were part of the proactive conversation and the media, it would might mitigate some of the unfair accusations that I know coming through from perhaps some of the people that are allied to that group as well. So that's just my thinking. Yeah, I'll leave it with you.
Thank you. We've completed some road stoppings throughout the year. Unfortunately, I haven't got the list of them here, and they'll be ongoing. And just realised as well, apologies, there's no real information in here around our lease and license activity, which is a large portion of actually what we do for the year. So to summarise that, we have managed to, one of our targets this year was to ensure that none of the leases and licenses that were due for activity this year moved onto the expired or overdue list, and I am pleased to say that with the exception of 2, we managed to get all that activity done in this year. Our overall summary, high completion rates for our inspections, maintenance plans and capital projects. We've made some strong progress in formalising the leases, and we've been successful in getting one of our properties into a lease, which has been ongoing since 2019. Social housing we've maintained high occupancy and tenant satisfaction towards the end of the year. So we've worked quite hard on managing some of those relationships and involving the community in some of our more troubled areas. And we are still working through operational efficiencies around ensuring that we are making inway into some cost-saving initiatives there as well. Challenges for this year has been having one of our officers away who does our capital works and maintenance away for the final 2 months of the financial year. That was quite hard. And some of our projects were delayed for various reasons, and some of that has been down to communication with the groups themselves and getting some buy-in and things like that. So we recognise that, and we're going to work hard on that for this year. And developments, I think, yeah, improved systems for the lease and license tracking. With moving to Datascape, we don't know quite what that looks like yet. We're hoping to see what that may look like in September was the last I heard, that we were going to have a look at a lease management solution with them. So hopefully that will still happen. We're manually working through that at the moment in tracking. And then additional community engagement, that's probably going to be our focus this year. Questions or anything?
The typical library looks a lot better. It wasn't really capital works though, because painting's not really capital works, it's maintenance.
I think it was under the capital expenditure. The budget for that was pulled from the capital expenditure.
I just see capital works, I thought, well, painting it's not really capital. It's maintenance.
You could sit in either camp. If it increases the life expectancy of something, then we generally will class it as capital.
Problem that'll need it most probably in another 3 or 4 years of oiling, so it's really maintenance.
Well,
it's
yeah, that's right. How long, Mr. Chair, do we go between maintenance periods before we just call it a project? And generally, if we call something a project, we just call it capital works. It's still funded from the same place, so it doesn't impact anybody any different.
It does look good, sorry, through the chair, the finished product. Good on the street.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Each to their own, but I always drive past and think of this squaring up. Further questions for thank you very much for it. I mean, the building side of that, the photographs of that, pretty impressive. I know years ago we were training people up and struggling to get times down and everything else, and we look at it now, probably the growth we've got, it's a pretty good result. And it's, on the other side, it's pretty good to see all the assets getting maintained and kept at a level. So very pleasant. Thank you. Next, we've got, oh, Sorry, Kerry, I'm letting you got out of the room, but one question too quick. Are you able to give us a very quick take on the news announcement last night, where that is around the building?
Yes.
Sorry, but it's something that's going to come into play.
It's pretty new, but they're just basically changing the liability settings for BCAs. So it's going to move to a proportional type liability setting, so will only be liable for things that we do or are responsible for, maybe to a certain percentage of the claim, rather than last man standing is what we've got now. So if the designer and builder and tradesmen all close up their shops, we, for the last one, would have to pay the whole bill if we were liable. Into the future, they're looking at reducing that down to just what we do. It could be a percentage, or it could be just the part we got wrong that we're liable for, not for the whole rebuild, which is probably positive for us, because, you know, it could still have, you know, the builders could still close up their shop and leave the owner out of pocket, but the council is better protected in this case. But it's unsure what the protection is for the owner. It could be insurance, or it could be nothing. We aren't totally sure yet. But yeah, that's the main change. The other change is that they're making it easier for BCAs to get together. At the moment, it's a bit hard for BCAs to easily work together. Like if Kaikoura and us wanted to combine as a BCA, it's kind of a bit of a rigmarole. And if not at all possible, you can offload your duties to Kaikoura, but you can't, it's not easy to combine. So they're making it easier for regional getting together, which I think is possibly quite good too, because we're all fairly small and we do all the same things. So yeah, it's going to permit that. I don't know how, but it's going to make it easier to do that. That's pretty much what we said yesterday. Yeah.
It's in the right direction.
I think so. Yeah, it definitely allows some options, and the less liability for ratepayers is going to be good. But it's just working out what's in it for the homeowner that's left out of pocket. You know, is it going to be an insurance company that picks up the bill, or is it going to be nothing? So it's really just a bit uncertain for the homeowner, because there will be jobs that go wrong. You know, builders haven't suddenly come right overnight, so there's still going to be 20% fail rates of inspections, and the odd one or two per year that are going to go completely west. You know, so what happens to the poor homeowner on those is what I'm mainly concerned about. But from a council point of view, it's quite good as far as costs and liability. Yeah.
Chair, I think the other thing they were talking about was having the builders themselves would have to be qualified and have insurances or get together with insurances. And the first thing that struck my mind was that will just put the cost of building up as well. But yeah, they can't just leave it without any protection for people.
Through the chair, it's very difficult for even us to get insurance for weather tightness claims and the like. So, you know, normal builder down the road, it's going to almost be impossible at this stage, at least. So it's a bit uncertain. The insurance companies are not that keen at this stage because of the high risk. So there's a whole lot of work to happen, I think, because you can't, as you say, you can't leave the homeowner, I don't think, unless you're saying to the homeowner, you've got to be real careful who you choose. But everyone chooses the best builder when they start out. So it's just, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it looked to me at the time like you'd have big corporate builders would be the ones that could afford to do that, and the smaller local builder might just about be pushed out with costs because of the risk. So it's just moving it around.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll watch this space. Sorry, Casey. Stop the next one. So we're page 46.
Top box.
Right, so the key roles of the amenities team is to basically manage and maintain our parks, reserves and cemeteries, green spaces, assets including playgrounds, walking tracks and picnic seats and that sort of thing. Also to manage our district mine contract, toilet clean contract, all the operations within the cemeteries, including interments, and to manage the capital works, minor capital works within the parks, reserves and cemeteries. This year, or last year at least, we responded to 644 CSRs, customer service requests. So it was a pretty good high responsive rate throughout the year. District mowing, we completed 1,476 audits across 183 sites. Basically, a good pass rate, 33%. 33 fails across the year. However, it was during sort of the high growth period, sort of spring and autumn sort of thing. So, but overall, the contractor met the KPIs for that financial year. Parks and reserves and cemeteries, we completed 100% of expected inspections.
Josie, I've just got a question from Ross.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, Josie, I just see that the audits failed because of the spring growth, and look, we know it happens every year, the grass grows in spring, sometimes slightly more than others, but it's not rocket science. Can, you know, and look, to be honest, there's no mowing for 2 months over the winter.
No, well, they did increase their mowing routine. So from sort of a 9-day cycle to a 7-day cycle during those periods, and obviously brought in extra staff once they realised that they were starting to fail.
Yeah.
So,
it's an annual thing.
It
know,
is,
and the spring, you just got to upgrade.
Yeah, we have monthly meetings with them, and once things start to grow.
And generally, it's only a narrow window that it's weekly. You know, it might be a month at most that it's weekly, and then it goes that peak. And it's generally around Christmas time. It's high visibility, and everyone's wanting their communities looking nice. So.
Yeah, I guess the Christmas period is sort of like they're kind of restricted, I guess, to the 3 working days during that time. So they've got to sort of work on those high profile areas first, and then if we don't have a particularly dry summer, it's quite a wet summer, then the grass is just going to keep growing. So
thank you.
Public toilets, they basically all the audits passed. There's occasional issues such as soap missing and things. So, but once again, the contractor met the KPIs for the year. Cemetery interments. These were completed by the new contractor at a high standard. We had a drop in burials and ashes, interments, and also interesting that burials are now pretty much the same as ashes, with 33 full burials and 33 ashes. Interments traditionally have always been sort of full burials have been quite high as opposed to the ashes, but we're seeing a bit of a trend sort of happening there where the ashes are becoming more popular.
Josie, I've got a question from Mary.
Yeah, thanks, Josie. Just when I looked at the burial and the ashes, and it's curious to me because when we look at the burial, there's nothing there for Waikari. So whether that's just dropped off the graph, and then it just made me more curious when I was looking at the ashes, and Coleman has dropped off that graph. So I'm just maybe something.
It may be.
Or there's nothing there.
I was thinking of the data because we definitely had interments.
I'm pretty sure there was a burial at Waikari though, in that 12-month period. So it just popped out at me about Waikari, and then I thought,
it looks like it might have just been an oversight in the data. Sort of being synced with the graph. So routine maintenance. So we have the amenities team consists of 7 maintenance officers. We have 3 down here in Amberley and 4 down here in Amberley and 3 up in Hemna. And their core job is to deliver the routine maintenance plan. So the routine maintenance plan consists of 1,388 tasks. This was up 2% on last year. due to the increase in acquired reserves through subdivision. So we've got extra work there to carry out. So tasks include tree pruning, mulching, spraying, maintaining garden plots, topping up playground bark, etc. In addition to the routine tasks, we also have reactive maintenance, which generally comes about from my inspections with the reserves, playgrounds, and that sort of thing. So snowstorms and sort of events sort of, and vandalism. So the team completed 246 reactive tasks, which was an average of 17% of the team's workload. The reactive maintenance is additional to the CSRs that they also carry out as well. So it's quite a significant that's additional.
Tracy, could I just ask, because I asked it, in the areas of where the work's been done and in the with the reactive maintenance, yeah, there's one area that features more than the rest. Is that because there's more parks? I mean, I'm assuming there isn't a difference in standard of work or anything like that, but if I think population and everything else, it continually looks to me like there's a lot of work happening in one area, and I just hope that it's not at the expense of any other area. I wouldn't think it was.
No, yeah, I see that. Yeah, obviously Hamner is the team up in Hamner are always sort of on top of their routine maintenance. So there's always additional work that they can do and they see when they do it, and then that gets added on as reactive work as well. So even though the other teams do that as well, but they don't. So I don't get that.
So it's largely proactive teams, what you're saying.
Yeah, very proactive. Okay, so damage and vandalism is sort of one of our sort of big challenges. We had 17 incident reports reported over last year at a cost of about $5,900. So the most frequent issues were in sort of in toilets and like sort of graffiti and fire damage. And then cost of saving initiatives. We installed septic tank indicators on all of our septic tanks that throughout the district, with the ones particular sort of up in Hamner and Colberdon, and the one down in Urinary River. So it's basically to make sure that we're getting the best value out of our septic tank empty in contract, because before we had to go out and empty on a regular basis sort of thing, but we were getting charged full price. But now we know exactly where they are at, so they're getting emptied at when they need to be emptied rather than also the Emily Maid Road here, we carried out year before replacement of the lime chip, so we're seeing the cost savings there now, so the team aren't spending so much time out there on the road maintaining, and the cost of traffic management. So much anymore.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, Josie, the septic tanks emptying for the indicator will just be on the pump out tanks, shouldn't it?
Yeah, so
the tanks where you're just holding it, you don't have a disposal.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
So capital works last year, so we completed a number of planned capital works, installed a new gazebo in Hamner Springs, installed new cremation burns in the Waiā and Glenmark Cemetery. A new swing was installed at Market Place Playground. We upgraded the access to the slides to make it safer at the Amberley Domain, and also replaced the steps as well. So things up at Amberley Domain.
First, I've got to say that the work that's done down at the Amberley Domain, there was, you know, we had a wee bit of tweak towards the end. But it's made a huge difference.
Yes.
Particularly around the old slide, it's just legion.
No,
So it is,
the safety of it is.
It's made a difference. One thing that they have been asking down there, and I think they were going to have a go and learn themselves, all the speed bumps need the yellow paint, including the new one.
Oh, okay.
And they thought they were going to go down and get some paint from recycling and do it, and of course the scary yellow paint turns up, so if I could sneak in a wee request on your list one day.
Right, okay. Yeah. Okay. So I guess overall, yeah, our achievements, so we've had a high completion rate across the inspections and maintenance, strong performance in toilet and playground audits, cost-effective strategies, and resource optimization, and a good handling of the CSRs and reactive maintenance. Our key challenges, so managing the growth during the warmer months, and dealing with the ongoing vandalism and weather-related disruptions that we have. And development, so enhancing structure through capital works, done a lot of capital works throughout the year. We've got more planned for this year as well, sort of similar on that similar line, sort of with the cemeteries. We're planning on installing another gazebo at the Glenmark Cemetery this year, replacement gazebo, and yeah, booms, playground equipment.
So is that something that likes the main sheds helpful could assist with, or is it more something just suppliers make those things?
In terms of a gazebo or something.
Yeah, that type of thing.
I've already organised one through the Trust warehouse, so because they're sort of like basically a Trust, right, sort of the gazebo sort of thing. But yeah, it will be delivered fully made up, and it's just a matter of sort of extending the concrete pad that's already existing. It's just going to be slightly bigger than what we've got here at the moment. So, yeah, but there could be other opportunities.
Was that a
Oh, no, it was a wee light bulb moment actually, and I had done anything about it. I got an email and I'm just wondering whether Josie, it might be helpful, I'll forward it to you. And I think it was the men's shed in Rangiora, and they make picnic tables, but they've configured it so someone in a wheelchair could actually be, you know, involved in the conversation, if you like, incorporated. So kind of got a cutout thing. So I might send it through to you because it might be helpful for perhaps some of our green spaces that might have want a picnic table that's got a sort of alcove, I guess, for wheelchair accessibility and makes them more inclusive.
I think Josie knows where there's a spectacular one out there.
Oh, so you've already got that information. I guess that's my question. Do you want it or not?
Yes, please. Yes, yeah, that'd be good. Oh, yes, I think that's me pretty much. Is there any questions?
Chair, I just like to compliment you. I know that certainly from my area, there's been a few curly things to deal with over the last 12 months, and people have been really grateful for the time that you've taken out to help them work their way through it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that part of the community. One other thing I would say though is that as far as men's sheds and things like that, because where there is an opportunity to work in with the local groups and that type of thing, rather than going to a big chain, it would be good to see if they can make something that's fit for purpose, or they're keen to, because you would know going through these budgets just how costly everything is. So every opportunity to save, it's a good idea sometimes. Thank you.
I'll also add, Mr. Chair, that one thing that we don't capture reports on, but metrics on, but the number of reports that Josie creates through the through the year as well, keeps all of the community committees busy. And if she's not creating results, then she's reports, then she's knocking over the action. So there's an awful lot of work that does go that's unmentioned, I suppose.
Certainly support that from most of the reserve group down there, that with the help they get from you. Excellent. Thank you, Gracie. Next, we're up to page 51, program of capital, and Dan's gonna take us through this.
Yep, up and all.
Wait.
Got
an hour.
I've got an hour, yeah. With the day gone, yeah, right, so yeah, the program of capital overall, yeah, really busy year, quite a large number of projects completed and a spend to tick over 24 million, which is really good and about the forecast where we're going to be. I guess this report just goes through and highlights most of the projects which have been completed in the past year, so there's nothing new in here, but it's a good chance to look back. So we've tried to include as many photos as we can, just to sort of, give the words a bit of context. Sometimes the technical jargon can get lost, so I think a few pictures will help with that. But yeah, I'll just go through and highlight a few of the relevant projects for each township. We've sort of broken this up by township sort of area, so I won't skip over any questions on the other ones highlighted. So moving through into Amberley, if we go on to page 53, and just down the bottom there, Stanton Road, Eastern Train, that works has been many years, I think 2009, first consent was put in, so to actually get it over the line and done was fantastic and great for everyone involved really to get it completed. So yeah, the building of the weir structure, the actual build itself is probably the simplest bit. The consenting was quite a few hurdles and a lot of effort put in by a lot of different people. So like I said, it was an absolutely fantastic result, and you should obviously mitigate any future large rain events as well, which is really good. So really pleased to see that in, and hopefully it doesn't get tested out too much, but it's there if we need it, which is great.
Thanks, Dan. Have you heard any more around the Stanton Road rumblings of what's the smell? And it can only be towards, I presume, just the year we've had the water level and everything else, but they're saying sulphur. Did that people come back with that one? It's not something I've ever come across before. I don't know whether there's other motive behind it or not, but it's I just wondered if that was a feature or not.
Well, Mr. Chair, as we found out not so long ago when John Priest was in the council meeting doing his presentation, that's the decomposition of peat.
Yeah.
So as it dries out and breaks down, that's what lets off that sulphur smell. So that's what it is.
So it must just be the way this year is compared to other years, I'm sure.
Excellent. Moving on to page 54, towards Cheviot Way. So yeah, the Cheviot water treatment plant got completed, which is really good. So yeah, this picture showing it near completion there. Obviously a lot of work going there, and also great to get that larger reservoir in as well to give a bit of resilience to the scheme. So it's good to tidy that one up. Moving to page 55, under district wide over 55, 56, there's a number of different items. I'm also not going to go through them all, but yeah, I guess a few of them was things such as connections, water and wastewater, resurfacing, social housing upgrades. So yeah, a wide variety of stuff undertaken around the district. Moving to page 57. Yes, Hodo number one, obviously the water treatment plant got completed, which is great to get that one completed after quite a few years in construction, so that was really good. And as well as that, getting the pipe upgrade going from the treatment plant towards the reservoir and the hill completed as well, that was a good bit of work and gives a bit of resilience to the scheme. It's quite an old pipeline. So moving to page 58. I guess sticking with the water treatment, obviously getting Kaiwara life, a couple of obviously smaller schemes of making them compliant and moving them off the bore water notices. Similar to her new one is fantastic. It makes a big difference to people who are getting to those schemes. So.
Any of the teething things with her number one are now behind us.
There's always going to be operational challenges with any plant, and they get dealt with by the team as they arise. But there's a few things they're still working through, and they'll just carry on. It's always hard. You've got to have a big rain event to test some of the features, so you're sitting there waiting. to control these things, so no, they're all reasonably hands, so. Moving to Hamner, on page 59, yeah, lovely photo of the new footbridge, which has been put in the Brook Dawson Reserve. Yep, some good engineering on that. As well as that, there's a new playground built as well, so a nice timber little playground built just beside the footbridge. So yeah, nice to add them into the reserve and encourage people to go down there and use it.
The dog's feet.
Oh, yeah.
So we managed to fix it.
The
I
dog
think
friendly.
they put a board on the other side,
Correct.
right?
There's now
For the chihuahuas.
correct.
Yeah.
Chihuahua Russell.
It's dog friendly now.
Dog friendly, yeah. Moving on to page 61, Harden. Yes, a bit of drainage stormwater improvement work done. So a bit of work on High Street where the main stormwater channel is. So we did some upgrades there at Pinch Point on High Street, and also some work on Seymour Street. Just connecting up one of the drains there for new drain, which is really good. Moving to Leaffield, also on page 61, we've got the new path on Leaffield Road, which has been built, and all the sounds of it's been used right. So yeah, it's good to get that in after quite a few years waiting.
Through the chair, I drive through there regularly, and yes, it looks fantastic, and I know that people are really happy to have it there, so.
That's
brilliant
great.
work.
Fantastic. Moving to page 62. On our beach, here we had 3 or 4 different stormwater projects. You see a few photos there completed. So yeah, there's a few issues, but well, for a number of years, these projects have been identified. I think they've identified maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and it's sort of come to the fruition now, which is great. So yeah, a number of little catchments installed and drains and things like that. So hopefully make a difference when they get a decent chunk of rain. Page 63, in Waiau, the Waiau Rural Treatment Plant, that got completed earlier in the financial year, so another one that's obviously compliant. And moving to page 64, Waikari, there's also more footpath renewal works on Princess Street, which finished up just the end of June there, which looked really sharp, and it was great. Great work to get done, and good of the contractor coming in just here.
And this wire one, is that at the top of the hill?
Waiau River Road.
Oh, right down the river, yes, yeah, okay.
And yeah, that's a whirlwind tour through what we built in the last year. Obviously, there's a lot more detail in the report, but I thought I'd just go through and do a few highlights. So yeah, welcome any questions on any of those that have been highlighted.
Through the chair, look, I'm not biased, but it's good to see a lot of these footpaths being done in concrete, and I have to say they're coming up really good, and will stand the test of time.
Yeah, there's been a big move away towards more concrete, sort of getting that higher life expectancy. A few issues with cracking and some asphalt concretes in the past in a few subdivisions, which is sort of this move away. So
and through the chair, cost wise, they
reasonably similar. I think the big negative of concrete is obviously the curing time. So the access ways, especially if you leave it curing, no one can drive their access way for 3 to 7 days, depending on the access. That's the big downside with it. Sometimes you still do the asphalt for the entrance ways, just for that reason.
Yeah, through the chair, I see the picture there on Waikari. Oh, there must be asphalt entrance ways going in off. Oh, that's Leaffield.
No, that's Princess Street.
Is that Princess Street? Yeah.
If I can say, just, there was a lot of discussion about the footpaths in Waikari, the interest ways being asphalt and, but actually, I think the community now, generally, the comments that I hear is that I just don't think it's been done, and, I think there's sound reasoning for why, and even now, say a month or 6 weeks later, when kind of that initial, black on white, if you like, contrast, it's kind of, it's just, it's a tidy job, and I
Yeah.
think the community are well accepting of the good work that's been done, and I think they were a really tidy, new contractor. I mean, I watched them every day as I drove through, you know, and they seem to run a really tidy ship, you know, the workplace was always left in good nick, you know. So yeah, all good, thank you.
It does raise a few questions. When you go to concrete, if you're doing a new subdivision like around here, Oakfields, concrete path down the street, there you go. As the builders put their houses up, they cut a bit and they put in their driveway. So it kind of all ends up probably largely concrete or whatever. But yeah, where we're going down, replacing down an existing street, and I looked at Leithfield, some will have concrete, but presumably that they've said we'll pay some extra or whatever, and we've got house concrete. Some have bitumen, and so might be a price option or whatever. But I wondered if we got some clear guidance around, so just so that people know, because I almost wonder whether the footpath down the street should be one, but then a concrete, you've got every driveway to navigate, and of course, you double the price and everything else, no doubt. So I'm wondering now, is our procedure or whatever, is it something that's pretty clear out there now?
Not yet, but it's being developed.
So
I believe
specifically
it's
to the-
coming to this next month.
Is specifically vehicle access ways or footpath?
Yeah, well, just, it's kind of like, if you're putting a new footpath, is there all the bits just in between people's driveways, or you put in a footpath and then that bit's theirs? It's just a bit.
Yeah, so there will be, that's right, so we're preparing something that will come to this committee for approval, but essentially access ways are there for the benefit of the person that lives in the house. So Waikare's a little bit different in the sense that the footpath is pretty much the width of the access way that's in the road reserve. Whereas if you go to somewhere like Leithfield, then the distance from the edge of the seal to the home is a lot wider. So what we say as council is we still maintain the footpath, which is 1.5 wide, but the access way might be 6 metres.
Yes.
So we don't want to put the rest of the ratepayers up for repairing and maintaining someone else's access way. That should be on them because it's there for their sole benefit. So there are some, there's some difficulties and some complexities in there which we try to tease out in this document, which we'll be looking for approval for in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it's sort of whether or what we do the 1.5 metre strip down the street and they join the gaps, or whether we, it's obviously best we can.
And it
So
will,
we'll wait and see.
largely depends on if they were to try and cut an access way into an existing footpath. If next week we're going along renewing that footpath, then we'll work in with them. But if we've just renewed it and then they come along and want to cut through it, then that's all on them. So, and how you articulate that through documents is something quite challenging. So that's why it's taking some time to prepare.
I just wanted to comment on the year's achievements and the works and the work programme and the number of drinking water systems that we've brought into place that's been ongoing planning from 10 years, multiple councils, the satisfaction of being able to bring them in and bring them home. And this last year, I think, is a massive body of work, and people need to be justifiably proud of the work that's gone up from there through to the result that we've got today, and to be able to sign off on them in this last financial year is huge. So I think we all really appreciate it. It's really impressive.
And the other thing was the very first graph that we put up. And I know this just happens at the end of financial years. And
a pretty good question, yep.
You're not getting away with anything.
When you look from July to June, just sort of think, is there any way of avoiding that rush at the end, perhaps?
It's not so much as a rush at the end, it's the way the payment system works. And it's pretty much we're paying for 2 months in June. So usually if you do work in April, you get paid in May.
Yeah.
So that's the way it is. So in June, you do your work in May, you get paid in June. Work in June, you then get paid in July, then the finance bring it back. So June's really 2 payments. You can pretty much cut that figure in half. Similar with July, where you see these pittance numbers, is because we've only got between the 1st of July and roughly the 14th when our accounts close off to get work done and paid for. So typically the only money we ever spend in July is on carryover stuff because we literally can't get things up and running that quick.
Yes.
So yeah, hence why I could pretty much draw this graph very similar to this for this coming financial year. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. I've heard someone say that.
But no, it'll replicate a very similar, there'll be obviously bumps depending on individual projects, but you know, small July, big June will happen every financial year.
Any more questions for Dan?
Yeah, look, I have one, it's sort of more a comment, and it's probably to think about when you're redoing your rules a wee bit. It's to do with if someone's got a existing driveway from that, so from their boundary to the road, say it's shingle, and then that person thinks, oh, I'll concrete my driveway, so they, and then I think, oh, I'll do out to the road at their cost, but they ring the council and they find it's actually not that simple. They need to have there was a cost involved, so because an engineer needed to approve it. So the person involved just put his hands in the air and said, no, I'll leave it as it is, because it was going to pay for the cost of doing it, but the extra cost of getting somebody to approve the design, and he said, no, I'm just going to leave it as shingle. So it was sort of like no one won out of that. And I know if you're otherwise in subsidising for the approval of it, but it would have been a better outcome than it not being done at all. And so it's just something to be aware of, that it's putting people off doing that final step out on the road because they're paying for it and they're happy to, but then when there's the cost of inspections and all sorts, so they know, blow it, leave it as it is, which is a mess. So, and this is an existing place, so it's not a new build where you go through the process and that's all captured, but this is an existing property that it's, yeah, you end up in a worse situation because the rules inhibit. So it's either on those existing properties, do we look at it as for the greater good, is it best to slightly subsidise that approval process of what that person's wanting to do? I don't know. I just looked at it and I thought, oh, we've ended up in a worse situation because everybody sees this bit of the road between their boundary and the road, and it's going to be a shambles.
Sounds like something.
So you know, I just thought about it. Well, we've ended up in a worse situation because we couldn't. You know, there is things that are for the greater good that we subsidise, and it's like, is this one of those things that's for the greater good that everybody walks along this bit, but it's just staying a mess because it was in a too hard basket, and yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it there, but I just thought it's just not working because it discouraged somebody who was happy to pay for the drive, but the extra cost of an engineer to inspect it and blah blah. They'll do it to the design, but it was that inspection. And I know you need it done, but okay, I'll stop. But it just was a no-win situation, and it could have been a win.
Well, thank you very much for that, Dan, and just looking at the year's work, there's a lot in there that comes under the category of a pretty big job. Just put out a real credit to you and your team. We have done some pretty good stuff in a relatively short space of time, so very grateful for the work you've been through there, down the back of the room behind this white tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
So now we can move that we accept the discussion notice and report. Have a mover. Ross and good. That way, Murray and second Ross. All those in favour? Aye. So now we're going to go into our information item, the tomato observation. Tamara Arroweye reports summary.
Me again. Yeah, so Taumata Arowai recently released 3 of the annual reports. So this is just a very brief summary of those 3 reports. 2 of them are about 100 pages long. The compliance monitoring enforcement strategy is about 20 pages long. So if anyone did want to get any more detail, all of the reports are on their website. But I've tried to go through and summarise some of the key things that are pertinent to us as a council. So I think generally in terms of the regulation report, my overall comment would be that we're performing at a level that doesn't lead us to be really focused on or featured in the report. So there are some councils, a couple of councils in particular, that they have really made an example of in those reports. So, you know, we are not one of those, which is a good thing. Probably the one exception is our boil water notices. So that report was for the 2024 calendar year. So during that time, we still had the permanent boil water notices on for Haranui number 1 and for Kaiwara. So we were featured in that table. So yeah, that's the drinking water regulation report. Might just go through the appendix on page 67 regarding that report first, and then I'll go through the other 2. So I looked kind of particularly at where Taumata Arowai had kind of highlighted concerns about particular areas, because I think it gives us a really good understanding about, you know, where they're, you know, likely to kind of focus their interest. Some suppliers still not completing the annual reporting. There were difficulties the first year. We didn't complete in the first year in time, but this year we did all the reporting in time. 100% of requirements were met in terms of reporting, so we weren't one of those featured. They highlighted that there's been improved access to safe water with 119,000 more people nationwide, with critical barriers installed on the supplies. So, you know, we were a good contributor to that. With those, during this year, it was 5 supplies in the calendar year that were upgraded. So there was actually only one other council, which was Waimak, that had also upgraded 5 supplies in that calendar year. So that was quite a good feature for us because it showed the amount of work that we'd done. Taumata Arowai, we're concerned about the number of E. coli exceedances, particularly where a supply had already installed the critical barriers. So we had no E. coli transgressions, but I think that's a real key that has transferred through to the compliance monitoring and enforcement strategy for them, is that the previous strategy had really focused on making sure suppliers had barriers in place. And that's why, you know, we got the letter, you know, you have to put your protozoa barriers in place. But now they're going to be focusing on suppliers that have got the barrier in place, but their barrier is not working effectively. So that's where that shift is going to, it's been because of this concern. Long-term consumer advisory, where they've been in place for a long time. So that's, yeah, we were featured there with Haranui and Kaikoura, obviously Kaiwara. Those have been removed now. We do still have Balmoral now on a boil water notice. That wouldn't be categorised as long-term because it was issued in 2025. So, and we were told basically to put that boil water notice on by the regulator until we have a compliance solution for that supply. Drinking water safety plans not in place for all suppliers, so 74% of suppliers have those plans in place. We've got plans in place for all of ours. Taumata Arowai have been doing some reviews of water safety plans, so we've had maybe 4 done. So they've done 37 supply reviews during the year. And put they did 90 something, and they put monitoring requirements in place for 37. We didn't have monitoring arrangements put in place for any of that, so I take that as a positive. Some suppliers not notifying when there's been a chemical MAV exceeded. They really, you know, do not take kindly to that, not being told by the water supplier and hearing it from the laboratory instead. We didn't have any chemical MAV exceedances. Just to clarify, I did speak earlier about, you know, our issues with iron at Kauai. So the difference there is that iron is not a health significant determinant, so it doesn't have a MAV, even though our levels there are elevated. It's not health significant, so it's not in that category. Just in terms of the distribution zone safety rules, only 34% of councils are meeting all of the backflow prevention, storage practice and hygiene procedural rules. We do have further work in terms of meeting those 3 components there. So as I had mentioned before, you know, we did claim compliance for backflow prevention, but we've got some more work to do for me to be satisfied to say self-reporting that we meet the storage management rules there. So yeah, I think we're in a good place there. We don't want to jump the gun too much. They have indicated that they're going to be reviewing those level 3 rules this year. So I think, you know, only 34% of councils are meeting all of those requirements. I don't want us to kind of jump the gun and do too much there until they actually clarify what changes they're going to make.
Kirsten, is the physical fitting of it done, or have we still got some that haven't got the mechanics of it in place?
So the requirement is to have a storage management plan, and the storage management plan has to show like how you manage a few different things. Things like the start and stop level for the reservoir and the retention time in the reservoir. And it's the retention time in the reservoir that some of our reservoirs we will be struggling to show that we've got good management of that. So we do have some reservoirs in the network, like Waikato would be a good example, where depending on water use in the network, that reservoir will only backfeed into the network when the pressure in the network goes quite low. So if the pressure is maintained quite well, that water will sit in that reservoir for can be quite a long time. So we currently have management operational practices in place to make sure we don't lose chlorine in that reservoir, but it's a very manual kind of process. So we need to do some improvements to the network to make that reservoir actually, you know, drop and fill and drop properly. So there's some things like that that are, it's not so much about you having adequate storage volumes in the network, it's about how you're managing your storage to make sure it doesn't become a water safety risk. So yeah.
The backflow preventers around all the individual homes or whatever.
Yeah.
Is that
yeah, that's part of it.
That's done. We haven't got anyone that's holding out or whatever.
No, I mean, we still do have, but I mean, I claimed compliance for that, for backflow prevention. So it basically a requirement is that you have a backflow prevention program and that you've implemented it. And I feel like we are well enough implemented with that program for me to be satisfied to say, yes, we meet that requirement. You're always going to have some problematic people that, you know, don't test their device, or, you know, we're still working with them to try and get them to install their device. Like, I don't think we're out on a limb there to say, you know, we've got these, you know, few we're still working with, but I'm satisfied that we have a program implemented. So yeah, it's not the backflow stuff that's holding us back on compliance with that rule. It's the storage practice stuff with our reservoirs.
Getting it for a fresh.
Yeah, there's just some more work for us to do around that before we'll be able to say that, you know, I would sign off to completely say, yeah, I feel happy to say we're meeting all those requirements. So, but yeah, like I said, I don't feel like it's a bad area for us. I think, you know, if we'd gone out and said we were fully compliant with that, I think councils that are saying they're doing that are more out on a limb than us saying that we're not meeting all those requirements, because they're quite strict requirements, and it was new. It was something that hadn't been in the rules until, you know, it's only been in place for like a year or two. For council to say they're completely meeting those requirements was, yeah, a stretch. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's indicated by the fact that only 34% of councils are saying they're meeting their requirement.
Yeah, just sort of change, Kirsty, on that sort of thought vein of what are the stored by council, I can think of a lot of instances on a supply to, it'll be Mutton, it'll be Gorbay, that are on a restricted supply that have a tank, and then where we feed down to their house. And that tank will sit there for 6 months a year.
Yeah, we're responsible to the point of supply.
Yeah, I know. So then it's like, well, are we assuming there's enough chlorine in that water, or, you know, where does it? I mean, obviously it's not our problem.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's like, hey, water regulator, this is happening out in the real world. You're picking on us.
They would say it's the building. They would push it back on us as a council and say it's a building act. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously from the Water Services Act, yeah, it's to the point of supply, you know, and after that, I mean, it is the property owner, you know, then to ensure that, you know, their tank's safe and things like that. And if they've, you know, been absent from the property for a long period of time, you know, the chlorine will be gone from the tank.
Yeah.
So, you know, whether they should be disinfecting, but, you know, it's not a space that we've gotten into
No.
as the,
And sort of rightly so, because where do you stop? It's like,
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I just mentioned.
Just through this chair, sorry to carry on from that, it's probably more of an information thing out to people on tank water that just to let them know, and then they at least may decide to go and look at getting some, in which case if that disappears when it's sat there for a while, they'd probably be just as well to treat the rainwater out of the tanks, probably wouldn't make a lot of difference if it's just been sitting there.
Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is just an information thing, you know, education for the householder. I mean, if someone rings me and says, oh, look, I've, you know, a batch over me sitting here for, you know, it's been, I mean, I would just give them advice around how much chlorine to add to their tank to re-disinfect it. So, but yeah, it's about people just making sure their tanks are secure and that there's not opportunities for, you know, ingress into the tank off the roof and things like that. So, I mean, even if your chlorine's gone, if you've got a good plastic tank and there's no chance of anything getting in, you know, you're fine. It's just if the tank itself could let, you know, ingress into the tank is where you've got an issue. So, yeah.
And just sorry, Chair, just to add one more. Look, the other thing I totally agree, if we've got areas where they haven't quite settled on whether it's going to go this way or that way with the regulation. I mean, we right from the start, we've sort of said we'll just sit in the pocket and see which direction it's going in, and rather than diving in first, spending a whole heap of money on something only to find it's changed out. So I'm really supportive of that sort of direction and wait and see.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we don't want to be burnt with that. And I mean, I'm satisfied we've got workarounds at the moment that we're not creating a water safety risk with our storage practices, but I think we need to wait and see what they do with that before we start implementing any kind of costly solutions. Yeah. Okay, the Network Environmental Performance Report, so this is 2023-24. So this basically looks at water use, water pressure, water loss, network condition type stuff. So in terms of water networks, and this is across 3 waters, sorry. In terms of water networks, just some kind of interesting stats, I guess. They have noted an increase in water use nationally, with median residential water use at 604 litres a day. Our residential median is 642, so you know we're sitting pretty much there with the median in terms of residential. They also look at volumes of water supplied to the network per connection for all uses, and that was 246 metres cube per year over the year per connection. So we looked up there with this. We were the 10th highest at 648 of all councils. I just want to kind of point out that this statistic is pretty useless. Obviously you guys all know lots of rural connections have got multiple units, so the amount of water being used per connection is pretty much rubbish. Water losses, median annual water loss, 185 litres per day per connection. We were at 36 litres, so doing really well in that area. Planned interruptions. So this is where we have some preventative or some work planned where we interrupt supply for a period of time. We were actually specifically mentioned in the report as having the largest number of planned interruptions for a rural area at 993. Again, it wasn't presented in a negative light, and the report actually made quite a focus of the fact that councils that had reported very low number of planned interruptions were not doing a very good job, because essentially they are having a lot more of unplanned interruptions, and if you have a lot of unplanned interruptions, those interruptions cost you a lot more than planned interruptions. And our number of planned interruptions was really a reflection of the amount of work that we have done in the network. So it was all consistent with other parts of the report. Like the next point, capital and OPEX expenditure on water services. So we were the 4th highest ranked for CapEx and OPEX per connection of councils. So yeah, we expected to see that, and it's just based on the amount of work that we have done in that period. So yeah, consistent with the planned interruptions.
it's just sort of, just took, the coin took a wee while to sort of look at it.
Yeah, sure.
This water loss thing.
Yes.
That's across rural, urban and everything presumably.
Yes, yes.
So that, I mean, 185, that's a 44 gallon drum a day. That on average we're losing. It's pretty hard to get your head around is that amount of wastage nationally. And it makes us look at 36 litres all of a sudden, we're pretty good.
Yes, the thing about this water loss stuff, I know we were talking about it before, and I had another thought about it. There is quite a few things that can factor into, so firefighting water won't be counted in water loss, you know, because they're pulling off a hydrant, it's not metered, it's not going to get counted. You know, flushing, like we do attribute, you know, our flushing program as water loss, so we work out an average, and you know that gets counted as not water loss because we're flushing water. But some councils possibly, you know, don't. They'll be doing flushing and not, you know, attributing that. So it's quite a complex area, but I think it is an area that, you know, the regulator is showing quite a focus on. So, you know, they're out there saying that nationwide, you know, councils haven't done enough work in terms of buried assets. So they want to make a big deal about the fact of how much water is being lost from networks. So, yeah, I think it's something we'll continue to see a focus on. And, you know, Alex has put a lot of work into putting more flow metering and stuff into our networks. And, you know, that's all going to help us with, you know, identifying, do we have lines where we are losing more water than we should be expecting to be, you know, losing? And is it water theft or is it actual water loss? So, you know, we are, I guess now that we've done a lot of our, you know, plant upgrade type work, you know, we're now looking at, you know, fine tuning network stuff is probably, you know, the next focus area. So, you know, this, yeah, flow metering and just getting a better handle on what parts of the networks.
The missing links are. There's nothing else that must be, unless it breaks down, we must be pumping a lot of chlorine somewhere. Yeah. Not necessarily us, but those ones that are 185 litres a day.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's an expense in the network. If you're, you know, every litre of water that you make costs you money. So, you know, you want it to be water that someone's paying for, not water that's, yeah. Wastewater networks, like the report didn't have as much focus on wastewater and stormwater. You know, there has been more focus in terms of, and there's phased requirements in the network environmental performance reporting, and the reporting requirements for wastewater and stormwater are only just kind of stepping up. They're not anywhere near the same level of what we have to report for the water networks. So the main focus in this area was basically on the concern around the number of wastewater networks operating without consent or operating under the emergency provisions in the Resource Management Act. So we didn't have any in that category. They didn't report any council specific measures for stormwater in that report at all. So the compliance monitoring and enforcement strategy. So this is Taumata Aroa's 3-year strategy. It kind of groups drinking water networks into 3 categories. So council water supplies, central government water supplies, so that's like Defence Force, Ministry of Education, DOC, and then private water supplies. So they've got 3 different kind of, the strategies split into those 3 groups. For councils, yeah, they want obviously all supplies to have bacterial and protozoa barriers in place, and a reduced need for consumer advisories. So we just have Balmoral left in terms of that protozoa barrier work. We are still waiting on Taumata Aroa to finalise their acceptable solution for mixed use rural agricultural water. So that they've indicated that should be out by the end of August. So, you know, again, we don't want to commit to our solution there until we see what they are offering on the table with that. The strategy also indicates there'll be a focus on what I said before about a treatment barrier and not working properly. I mean, I think we're in a really good place with this. You know, our automatic plant shutdowns that we have in place and we've had for a number of years really protect us really well from this type of situation. So lots of councils don't do that. they don't automatically shut their plants down. They find out about a problem after it's occurred, and that's where you are at risk of, you know, detecting E. coli in your networks, or you are at risk of your compliance data showing that your barrier wasn't working effectively. You know, we just shut the plant off. So, I mean, we're in a really good place with that. What else have they got? Suppliers monitor for contaminants and issues that could put people's health at risk. I mean, we do all the monitoring in accordance with the rules, so I don't think we're at any risk there. We should have plans in place in terms of unexpected events. You know, we've got incident response plans in place. You know, they're quite reactive plans. You know, our longer term infrastructure plan looks at, you know, more longer term resiliency issues. So, you know, that's where we will, you know, have to look at things like storage with climate change and things like that. The other issue that they're going to focus on is that we tell people that we supply about drinking water safety and sufficiency risks. We've never not notified Taumata Arawai where, you know, there have been any kind of issues or any kind of concerns that we've got. That's a real embedded process with our team. There were quite a few councils that were specifically named as not having done proper notification, so we weren't one of those. And I think in terms of notifying our customers, you know, we're quite well practiced with our history with having boil water notices in the past about alerting customers. So, you know, I think, you know, we've got good systems in place for that. So yeah, I feel like we're well placed in terms of their strategy going forward, but it's good to know, you know, where that focus is going to be.
Do they give us any kind of a ranking, rating, score overall, or they?
Grading? No. That in terms of the drinking water, that regulation report is essentially the only thing that they produce that is a customer, you know, facing published report. So yeah, essentially they just, you know, list you in terms of compliance and where they think that there's issues, and if you're named or you're not named is essentially, you know, how they are focusing their effort. So yeah, they're not like the old Ministry of Health that would, you know, give a grading and say you're doing great, you've got an A grade. They don't do that.
Well, I'd say on top of 2 national awards, and then I'll give us a AAA.
Oh, thank you. I would agree.
One of those awards was the photograph was taken with the Chief Executive Officer of Taumata Arawai. He made a beeline for us.
Oh, right. He wanted to get it on time, good news story. That was
Yeah.
Ross.
Yeah, because just regarding private water supplies, and probably if I read the whole, what do you say, 100-page report, there's something in here. And so thanks for summarising it. But my understanding is that the council could still be obliged to give the names or all the private water supplies in Hiranui. Is that, have you heard any more about?
I haven't. There is, so under the Local Government Act, there is a clause in there where we have to do assessment of water and sanitary services. And I think that that is what they could potentially use to, because in that we are not just responsible for assessing our own council water services, it's across the board for how is water delivered, how is water supplied across your whole district. So I think they could come to us and I think it's August next 2026 that we have to have updated those assessment of water and sanitary services plans. And so I think they may look at that as a starting point and say, well, you know, these are the supplies you've identified as private supplies, you know, within your district. They do have data on private supplies where laboratories have notified like a transgression, and then it comes through to them and they go, it's not a registered supply. So they do find out about private supplies that way as well.
Yeah, but there will be a lot out there that they'll have no record. We would actually struggle to know.
Oh, yeah. So I think in the report there was 533 registered private supplies, and they've acknowledged that it's a complete under registration. And that I think Becca, when they did that preliminary work, for when the Water Services Act was in bill form. I think they predicted like 27,000 to 100,000, a really wide bracket. So I think is it November, I think, this year that those private suppliers have got before they legally have to be registered. So, you know, they're nowhere near to understanding that space.
I guess my only comment is that I don't really want the council to be the dollar inner or to have to hand over names to the regulator or then or even be the police, because then we're the police on the water for private suppliers and we'll get big pushback if we start enforcing stuff on private suppliers.
What you're saying is that one nearly leaks.
Anyway, moving on. It's just the private suppliers, because where there's a lot up our way of little suppliers are really happy, you know, they do their own maintenance of, they might have a filter and whatever. But if they happen to do a water safety plan or it's gonna be.
Wasn't this, Dan, sorry, wasn't there some sort of rules, if you like, to say had to produce if you were supplying less than
25
people or something? Wasn't there a bit of a capture for the examples that you're raising? I mean,
but it's still, they do fit under a regulation somewhere that you might be supplying less than 25, but they'll be captured by some.
It was in that Bill 3 that hasn't gone through yet. What is it, Local Government Water Services Bill 3? There's an amendment to the Water Services Bill within that bill, and that's the one that changes the, you know, where you are considered a water supplier and where you're exempt to the 25, but I don't think that bill's gone through yet, has it? I think
so.
No.
Okay.
So it's sitting there in a, I think the regulator wants out of that space of the really, really small, you know, ones.
Well, that's good.
because they didn't have a clear understanding of the numbers that
Yeah.
you talked about, that 100,000, but I think that's what happened in the beginning, is that they're just, the realisation of the sheer numbers was ill or misunderstood.
Yeah.
And I can imagine across a lot of lifestyle blocks, if the legislation for granny flats goes ahead, then there's going to be an explosion of those across the district, and therefore then they be, I mean, under the what the current legislation is, they then become a water supplier.
That's right. Could easily.
And people like me that I won't have a clue. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Kirsty. A question for Vince.
I just, Kirsty, I just look at the report and think how well we actually are, you know, we're in a pretty good stead, really, looking back over the last 20 years. And, you know, it's been a lot of dingling thrown at it, but, you know, it looks, you know, we're getting just about all of its pluses, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I think
there's not really a negative part of the report that we have to look hard at.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's painful to read through these long reports, but it's nice that, you know, it wasn't like just me coming along and saying, I think we're doing great. You know, it is backed up by, you know, these national kind of comparisons, so.
Well, with that, Vince, would you like to move that we accept this or second it? All those in favour? Aye. Thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you.
What brings us to the end? It's been a good day, and I think it's been a good idea by our acting CEO to bring in some of the co-drivers and navigators for the day and the rest of the team. But he found there an action sheet.
Operations action sheet.
I thought it was there.
Sorry to shatter your hopes and dreams.
Stand by. Page 70.
It's been a long day now. It's a sausage roll.
Still waiting, is it the Three Waters, the record line?
Yes,
Waiting for
Mr.
a sunny
Chair.
day?
So there's an agreement to go up there when the ground gets a little bit drier. So there's action on that.
Seems the weather seems to be all right from the plant more trees over the line though.
Yeah, it's still happening, is it? Yeah. Footpath in Waikari, we've just kind of discussed that one, haven't we?
It's in Cheviot.
That's too
Oh,
bad.
hang on. I'll write that down.
That's not gonna make a difference.
A long time.
Did that help?
Poor old food.
Yeah, I've got a question, who pays for fixing the steep camber, because the local community hasn't got the money? Because we've looked at it before and it was going to be a huge cost, it's rebuilding a whole road. And, you know, it was going to blow, it was going to be hundreds of thousands.
Is this camber of driveways going off the road or camber of the road?
Yeah, it's quite a steep camber, but you know, it's just where do you find the money to pay for it?
We've got a similar problem. I took some photos yesterday up Osborne Road where all the driveways going off it. So steep that the drawbars are ripping holes in Osborne Road. I don't know quite what you do about that one, because by rights, they need to somehow take the initial hump off their driveways, because they're not getting up them without, they skid up their driveways anyway, but the drawbar digs a hole in their road.
Mr. Chair, well, to answer the question, I suspect it will come from the road account because there needs to be some roading reconfiguration. So it'll come from the road account, and then the footpath will sit with the local community that will be fixed up once we've fixed the road up.
Yeah. So where are we going to leave that one sitting at the moment? Still in the
I don't
process.
know if you want to leave it there or take it off.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so maybe we leave it on there until we've got a date that it might be put in some budget. Because I think one of the reasons that we were doing was to wrap up all of the footpath work at the same time out there. Was that one of the roads that was in this latest footpath round to just finish it up?
Yeah, well, it's just one driveway, it seems to be the footpath's not there. The rest of the street's got a footpath, there's just a bit that's just shingle, you know, the width of the section. And that's why I actually was with the contractor doing the footpaths, and I said, oh, we should be doing that bit when you go past, because, and he agreed, you know, because the rest of the footpath's good. But then this camber, that came up before, but you know, the question that last time was who pays for it, how much is it, and where do we find the money for the high camber on the road? I was only just looking at just having the footpath going the length of the street, because it's sort of in the middle of the street. You know, it's not like it's at one end or anything. It's
yes, Mr. Chair. So I think we looked at the infill of that extra piece of footpath, and there wasn't any money in the local Cheviot budget to finish it because we'd already spent the money doing others. But equally, it would make more sense to redo to do the footpath when the camber gets adjusted. So I don't have a date on when the camber gets adjusted. I don't think it's not a pressing roading issue, but it probably is a pressing footpath issue. But you don't want to do the footpath in lieu of doing the road. So we're caught in this merry-go-round.
Yes.
Anyone got the model answer?
But just through you, Mr. Chair, I guess if it's going to be a non-pressing roading issue, probably for the next 10 or 20 years, given the challenges to the roading budget. There's no urgency to get it done, is there?
No, but the comment from Charlie is that the roading team is investigating replacing the raised curb level to help address the camper problem. So there's an investigation underway. Maybe we let
Wait for that. Wait for that. I think that would be
the.
Yeah, absolutely.
So leave it here in the meantime.
Leave it on.
Yeah.
And
It really
let it run the next path.
Yeah.
It's really helpful, Mr. Chair, for me anyway, when Charlie brings that back to Connie, I had a couple of pictures, I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
it better, because I'm struggling to understand the chicken and the egg part of the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go and have a look, but, you know.
You're saying if there's a camera like that, the
Yeah.
footpath's down here, is it?
What happens is if you park on the side of the street and you open your door,
Yeah,
it hits the footpath.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a little mini Everest.
That's the simplest way to
It's
describe
quite unusual and the camber of the road is very
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
It's a hobbit hill.
So that one, okay, so we're going to have some kind of
I,
report.
I only looked at it because it's been 10 or 15, 20 years like it is, and I thought, well, are we ever gonna fix the camber? We might as well just still have a bit of footpath, which was, you know, the width of the section, because it's just a bit of gravel at the moment.
So how did this problem get to our attention?
I don't know how the footpath got wrecked.
Like, can I ask, were members of the community that live on Phoebe Street or adjacent to it or use that footpath? You know, how widely used is,
Well, it connects to the new footpaths that are being put up
okay,
there through.
I need to go and have a look. Yeah,
It's not like, it's not used, there's all houses along it.
yeah.
But I just raised it.
Yeah,
there.
no, that's fine, let's just wait and see what.
It's one of those tricky ones.
Yeah, it is tricky.
Okay, so number 3, looks like we can cross it off, because Charlie gave us positive news earlier in the day that that one's been divvied up between us and Kotahi. Looking after them. Yeah, take that one off. Are we there now? I think we'll find out the, yeah, as I say, it's been a different approach today, and I think it's been good. And hopefully the staff enjoyed it okay, and I say enjoyed or endured. That's been a good exercise, it's a good chance to say thank you, so it's been good. So I think now we can, at 12:46, close the meeting.